will always be in jeopardy in that Washington unless we put it into law in this Washington. They wrote Initiative 120. They knew we had to have it in statute, and it is because of them and because of voters like every single one of you that Washington, time and time again, has protected and expanded a woman's right over her own body. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Washington is an incredibly solidly pro-choice state. But here's one of the things. You can have that choice theoretically, but if you don't really have access to health care, then you don't have that choice. And this is one of the things that the legislature continues to try and work on, and we will have to continue to try and work on it. Well over 50% of the geography of Washington state, women actually don't have access to abortion services in their local community. The bill that Representative Tai talked about that we passed this year, that was about making sure that we have health care providers everywhere in this state, and that every health care provider who is trained to provide those services can provide those services, so that we expand access to every woman in Washington, but also to the literally thousands of women who are going to flee to this state who need these services. I can tell you that the minute that that decision comes down, the women of Idaho have lost everything in terms of their right to choose, right? And there are women all over this country who are going to lose that. And we, as we have been for so long in this state, will be a beacon of light and of help and of hope and of action for the women of this country. You have heard from everyone about how important it is to vote, how important it is to do this work. I'm just going to quote on behalf of the House Democrats, a lot of whom are here today, and the Senate Democrats, who usually I don't speak for at all. But what the heck? We'll see if somebody comes up and disagrees with me. I'm going to quote a great philosopher, or at least one thing that he has to say is great philosophy. We won't back down. We won't get turned around. You can back us up to the gates of hell, and we will not back down. And now, my friend, for longer than we'd like to admit, because we both look very young, I know, for many, many years, Planned Parenthood Votes Washington CEO, Jennifer Allen.
Thank you all. I find myself extraordinarily moved in this moment by the support that we have in Washington, by the elected representatives that are standing here and are speaking out and standing strong and proud for abortion access. In Washington state, we are so lucky to have a majority of legislators, to have statewide leaders, not only those you've heard from, but Secretary of State Hobbs, Treasurer Mike Pellicotti, and others. We have so many elected representatives at every level of government that support abortion, because abortion is health care. In that spirit, I'd like to ask all of the elected representatives who are here today, who are standing strong for abortion, to hold up, raise your hands. Let us see how many folks we have standing here today. Thanks to each of you for the work you do. And thanks, too, to the healthcare providers who are here today. If you are a healthcare provider and you are here standing strong for abortion, raise your hand. Let us applaud you. Thank you. As Speaker Jenkins said, my name is Jennifer Allen, and I am the CEO of Planned Parenthood Alliance Advocates, which is the advocacy arm of Planned Parenthood. And we work in 6 states, but I couldn't be prouder than to live here in Washington. We're at a crisis moment. There's no denying it. If this opinion portends the future, it portends a future that is dark and dangerous for women and people who can get pregnant everywhere. It portends a future where over 36 million people abortion. It portends a future where those people, some of them can travel to states that already have inadequate safety nets. It portends a future where many of them can't travel, where many of them are in danger. It portends the past. It portends a past we do not want to return to. And we know who will be most impacted. It's been said already today numerous times. It's the people who already have the least access to health care. It's the people who already have the worst health care outcomes who will be the most affected. It's people of color. It's low-income people. It's people in rural areas. It's LGBTQ people. It's people with disabilities. It is people who are the farthest from access to health care, whose access will be targeted by the bans that will go into effect if this is the Supreme Court's decision. In Washington, we don't accept that fate. We have stood strong over and over and over again to stand for abortion access. But that depends on elected leaders like the ones who are here today. And that depends on people who vote. I want to be clear, abortion is still legal. These are confusing times. Abortion has been chipped away. States have introduced bans. Members of Congress say all sorts of things. Not the ones that are here today. Members of Congress who would like for people to question whether there is still access to abortion. Members of Congress who seek to take away people's right to control their own bodies. It's a confusing time, so I say again, abortion is legal. Abortion is available. People can still get abortions. We will stand in Washington for that right from now, for as long as everyone who votes and stands up for that right continues to show up. We stand right now in Washington on the shoulders of generations. Speaker Jenkins mentioned the people who put together Initiative 120. And before that, Governor Inslee mentioned that we were the first state in the nation to enact access to abortion by a vote of the people in 1970. We stand on the shoulders of those people, but the generations ahead stand on our shoulders. So it's not time to feel despairing. It's not time to sit down. It's time to speak out. It's time to fight. It's time to mobilize. We have wonderful leaders who are here to support us, and we have to support them, and we have to support the generations ahead, and we have to show up to keep abortion safe and legal now and always. I want to thank you all for being here, and I want to thank the wonderful leaders here, and it is my honor to turn it back over to Governor Inslee.
Thank you. Just an amendment. Several of the speakers, every speaker I think, talked about the importance of voting, particularly in light of this pending Supreme Court evisceration of this American right. I do want to note, we are not advocating to vote for any particular person or party. But there is a reality we have to understand. Yes, abortion is available to Washingtonians today. Yes, we voted in 1970 to pass a law to make sure that it is available today. But we have to understand that the moment the Washington State Legislature came under the control of a party dedicated to take that right away from women, that right would be gone. So these legislative seats are incredibly important to keep. Our border is open with Idaho today. we want to keep it open. Our airports are open to women on surfaces. We want to keep it open in our bus stations. To keep that right open, we have to elect people who will stand up for the right of women to have access to an abortion. Now, before I close, there's a person I wanted to come up here. There's a person over here in a pink hat. There's 2 points on it. Could you come up here just for a minute, please? Come on up here in this pink hat here. Every day, as governor of the state of Washington, I have a particular right. When I meet somebody who's really inspired me, who's got me thinking they can do something really powerful, I can make them Washingtonian of the day. And when I do that, I take off my governor's pin. What is your name? Lene
Kibbiger.
Lene Kibbiger has inspired me because I know she's going to go back and she's going to find out every young person who could spend their day on the couch in November. Instead, she's going to get them to vote. Today's Washingtonian of the day. Lene Kibbiger. Okay, questions? All of the speakers will be happy to take your questions. If you want to direct them to anyone, go ahead. Questions? Anybody with softball questions? From the media. Let's take the media questions first. There's any media questions?
Sure, question for the governor.
Yeah.
Do you expect a potential influx into the state? Do you anticipate the state expanding facilities, or what could that access look like for people coming from other states?
So we are already, the question was, do we anticipate expanding the institutions that can provide services with an influx from out of state? The answer is yes, we do anticipate there will be an influx. We have already, through both the state and Planned Parenthood, expanded those facilities. It's my anticipation we will continue to have to develop resources to get that job done. And I think you heard the legislators who are committed to making sure those services are available. So I'm confident they will be available in the state of Washington. Yeah, from the media. Any questions from the media? Please. Thank you.
What about the Catholic merger of hospitals? Is that a concern? Is that anything that you can address?
The question is about mergers in our hospitals. Is that a concern? Yes, it is a concern. We have to make sure that this is not just a paper right. It is a right in reality to get these services. So it is something we do have some concerns about. We'll have more discussion in the days to come. Media. We're going to go to the media. We'll take your private questions. Otherwise, going once, going twice. Yes.
You talked about exploring a change in the state constitution.
Yes.
What would that look like? What would it say?
Well, I think you're going to hear discussion with our leaders about how to make sure that we have a constitutional right that is enshrined in our own Constitution. There are 2 ways to get that done. One, the state Supreme Court could rule that that right exists under our pre-existing right of privacy, our own version of Roe versus Wade. That is a possible route to get this job done. It involves litigation, it involves some time. An alternative route would be to amend our Constitution in the state of Washington to make this very, very specific. Now, to do that, we would have to have at least the current situation, the help of some Republicans, which doesn't appear to be in existence at the moment. Would be nice, wouldn't it, to have more officer holders who would vote for a constitutional amendment in Washington State to preserve the right of choice? I think that'd be a great idea. So we'll be talking about, yes. The question was about providing support for women who are Americans outside the state to get services. It is my belief that this is a right that Americans deserve protection. Washington State has always been a state who's willing to stand up for Americans, not just ourselves, and I know legislators will be looking for options in that regard. Okay, anything else? Thank you very much. Let's go vote. Good luck.
We will continue to be here to fight for what we know, as Rabbi Zimmerman said, is a fundamental constitutional right. And I know that Minnesota is going to be a good neighbor. As many of you read that article about our dear Dr. Sarah Traxler, who every month for 1 week goes to South Dakota so that South Dakotans can have access to abortion and can have access to health care. We know that we need to make sure that this is a place and space where people can access the health care they need from neighboring states. And I take that incredibly seriously. So I'm not going to take a whole bunch more time, but I just wanted to say I see you, I hear you, I stand with you. I am so grateful for all of you. Because last night I didn't have a whole lot of hope. And it's okay to be scared. I'm scared too. But you know what? We have each other. And we are going to fight like hell to protect our right to abortion.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor. It is so good to have advocates like that in our state legislature and in the governor's administration. And now I'm really excited to introduce somebody who is on the front lines every day, who is actually providing care to folks as they seek abortions and reproductive health care. And that is the new clinic manager at Whole Women's Health, and her name is Eliza.
All right, this is my first time speaking at a rally, and I have to go behind our Lieutenant Governor, so that's really good. So, I am the clinic manager at Whole Women's Health, so I get to work with providers to give them compassion and love and resources that they need. That's what we're doing. So, and as an indie clinic, we are seeing more and more patients every day coming from all out of state, from all over the country. And we only have the capacity to serve so many patients. I wish we could serve 100 patients a day, but unfortunately that's not it. And we want to treat each patient that comes in with love and compassion and all those things I said before. We want to give them our best selves so that they can go out into the world and be their best selves. And it's hard to do that when we have people coming in from all over the country seeking care at our state, because Minnesota is an island state up here. So, you see my nerves. Sorry, Lieutenant Governor. Okay, so the last thing I want to say is I'm so glad that you're all here today. It's so affirming and loving to see all of you out here, but it doesn't stop. I told my staff last night, to just keep doing the work that we do. We have to come in and keep doing the work. That's what we're here to do. And no matter what that looks like for you, if that's donating to funds, or if it's showing up here, if it's calling your legislators, if it's having conversations with people, reading books about abortion, whatever it is, keep doing it because we need it and it really does make a difference. Thank you very much.
Abortion affects every single one of us. It affects pregnant people and non-pregnant people. It affects the people having to birth babies and the community that has to support them. It affects us all. And that is why we need to rally around each other. I want you all to take one thing away, and that is community. Community means showing up, which all of you did today. Community means showing up at the voting stations. Community means showing up at the protests. Community means showing up to volunteer. Community means showing up with your pockets. Community means showing up with your words. It's not enough that we say we're pro-choice anymore. We have to say that we are pro-abortion. I think they believe that there is a few of us. but we will show them that few or the majority, we are mighty. We are mighty because we stand strong with one another. And so you need to remember to think about your communities and not just yourselves. Think about the people who couldn't be with us today. How will this impact the people who won't have access to this abortion? My abortion story is that I have had two. And I believe that through my abortion story, I can help someone with their abortion story. And I believe that through your stories, abortion or otherwise, you can help someone else. So just remember that because of you, there are rights. Remember, because of you, there is solidarity. Because of you, there is community. So when you leave here today, do not let this be your last action. I understand that in times like these, you feel like there is no hope. But look around. I'm feeling hopeful. So, let that anger fuel you. Let your sadness fuel you. Let this motivate you to build community with your network. When you leave here, don't leave here with only an Instagram picture. Leave on a mission. Leave here support your local abortion fund. That's all. Thank you so much. I know you're all here for a bunch of courage, want you to stay, but Tequila, it's your turn. So Tequila Johnson is here on behalf of the Equity Alliance. Thank you so much. Thank you, Francie. I'm bringing Ray Carroll Woodard up here. Ray Carroll is our Middle Tennessee organizing director. And when we think about what this means for women, this is what it represents. It represents us standing in solidarity, lifting one another up, making sure that the powers that be know that we will no longer stand for them taking our rights away. We will no longer stand for voter suppression. We will no longer stand for white supremacy. We will no longer stand for politicians taking our vote for granted, getting in office and refusing to do right by the people. And until we stand here intergenerationally, across sexual orientations, across religion, across race, we will forever have their foot on our neck. If we want to take that foot off our neck, we have to hold hands and we have to stand up together. We have to stand up together because I'm going to keep it real with y'all. White women put Trump in office. And it is not solely the responsibility of black women to reverse that. We cannot. White supremacy.
Needabortion.org. Repeat after me. Needabortion.org. 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 You can donate to your local abortion fund and resources to help people get an abortion. Because do we love abortion? Yeah! Yeah! And lastly, but not least, we need to demand that every single candidate who will work for us, who will be accountable to us, is unapologetically pro-abortion. Okay? Yeah! And they need to expand our access to health care, okay? Yeah! Go do that! Yeah! One last reminder, if you are not registered to vote, there are some tables back here of folks, if you can wave your hands, that are ready to have you register to vote, okay? Youth out here, because we love our youth who have QR codes that y'all can scan with your phone if you weren't able to get those notes down to learn how you can keep getting involved. I see one up there. I see a QR code up there. Meet these folks. These folks are here to get you activated, all right? Are you ready to keep fighting? Yeah! Hands off our bodies! 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 Abortion! who have had an abortion. Let's keep fighting. This isn't it. This is the end of this program, but this is not the end of the fight, okay?
So guys, this event has now ended, but let's see if we get some interviews. Again, you know, Roe v. Wade is all about privacy, specifically a woman's privacy to make choices of her own body.
So that's another concern. Iowa, like Minnesota, has constitutional protections, but may push an amendment to get rid of those constitutional protections. And so, And so what that means is that it's so important right now to ensure that we preserve and expand access here in Minnesota. We want to make sure that if people can't get abortion in their home state, it's not ideal, obviously, but that they can come here in Minnesota and get the health care that they need and deserve. And so just very briefly, I just want to make sure you all know about our lawsuit, Doe v. Minnesota. We are in state court right now under our state constitution, suing to remove a number of abortion restrictions on the books here in Minnesota. These laws do not support patient health. They do not support any kind of decision making. They make it harder for people to access abortion. And so we brought a lawsuit, and we cannot wait for that lawsuit to be over and for these laws to be struck down as unconstitutional. And with access at risk all across the country, our constitutional rights are more important than ever. So thank you for being here. Keep being loud, keep speaking out, and keep supporting providers, abortion funds, people who tell their stories, your friends and family members who get abortions, because we know abortion is common. You probably know someone who's had one. And if you want to follow along with our lawsuit, you can look at unrestrictedmn.org. We post updates about the lawsuit. Thank you everyone for coming out today.
We got to be loud and proud, just like we are today. Every day we got to do it, and we'll be there to help you take it to them. We got to make sure to elect the right people, the right leaders who are going to stand up for our values and our lives. You've been with us when we've gotten on the bus to go in all different directions to make sure that happens. We've got to keep doing that. We've got to think about the long game. You can participate any way you would like. If you've got skills, bring it to us. Please visit our website, nownyc.org, to find out how you can get involved. Tomorrow night, we're having a Zoom meeting. That's just the start. We're back in person. Just remember, this is the most significant setback for women's rights in the history of this country. We've got to turn it around. We've got to go state by state to make sure that family and women and people who need abortions are able to get the care that they need. Because bans don't prevent unplanned pregnancies. Bans don't give families the money they need to be able to raise a family. Not at all. So thank you so very much. Let me ask you this. What do we want? When do we want it? Now! Woo! Thank you.
Thank you. How y'all feeling? All right, I'm glad everybody's still energized because we have more speakers. All right, I'm also going to, on that note, ask our speakers to please keep your comments to 1 to 2 minutes. Yes, I got the yes. All right, so our next speaker is Dina Hadhood from Malika.
My body? My body? Thank you. My name's Dina, and I'm a Queens resident. I'm a repro organizer, and I'm the programs manager at an organization called Malika. Malika is a New York City founded movement led by women and non-binary folks across the globe who teach self-defense, healing justice, organizing, and financial literacy, right? So you might be asking, what does this have to do with repro rights, right? Self-defense and everything we do is about bodily autonomy. It's key that we defend our bodily autonomy, not just from physical attacks, but from legal and systemic ones as well. If we want to build a more just world, a world where we can thrive, step into our power, build safety for our communities, we need to demand an end to these constant attacks on reproductive freedom, and not only stand against a potential SCOTUS decision, but also think about the current access and lack of access to abortion we currently have, right? So I know I was asked to be quick. I'd like to share a quick quote by one of my favorite writers, Andrea Gibson, who says, "Any feminist who has ever taken the high road will tell you that the high road gets backed up, and sometimes we have to take a detour directly to outrage to get things done." So I want to thank you, all of the organizers of this rally, for creating a way for us to channel that rage and that energy that we all have. 4 years ago, I was actually in this same exact spot collecting signatures, right, against the confirmation of Justice Kavanaugh to the Supreme Court, right? So we've been out here. Yeah, and the chant at that time was Kava no. So when I say Kava, you say no. Kava? No. Kava? No. Right, so we've been out here, and I just want to point that out, right, because we're going to continue to do this work up until this decision, after this decision, and we're not going to stop, right, until we continue to fight for reproductive justice and we continue to fight for self-determination for our community. So thank you so much.
All right, so we're going to hear from our next speaker, Sage from New York City for abortion rights.
Hello. So I'll start by saying every person has the right to abortion, not just women. Every person. It will be remiss of me not to mention the importance of uplifting Black, Indigenous, and people of color right now. It will be remiss of me not to mention the importance of also uplifting trans, non-binary, and queer people, as well as undocumented people. It will also be remiss of me not to mention that the police presence here today is so harmful, since the NYPD on more than one occasion has protected pro-lifers, or antis as we call them, who have harassed clinic workers and patients. There is no reproductive justice without racial justice, and there is no reproductive justice without trans and queer liberation. Our struggles and our pain are intersectional. Everyone here right now, my question for you is, what will it take? People should have been uplifting reproductive organizations that have been doing this work for decades. People should have already been radicalized. Clearly our vote is not working, since this shit in the Supreme Court is already taking place. We clearly see that politicians don't protect reproductive rights, and Democrats won't save us. You know who is preparing for this? Local reproductive organizations. We must take direct action. Organize and build community so we can get to revolution. If you cannot take direct action, then support your local abortion mutual aid fund. If you cannot take direct action, then amplify clinic defenders, clinic workers, and the voices of patients. This isn't to be punitive or harsh. We need to build community capacity, and we need to stop being reactive and start being proactive. Since 1973, when Roe v. Wade was voted in, 47 countries have legalized or decriminalized abortion. Last year alone, Argentina, South Korea, and Thailand legalized or decriminalized abortion. This year, Colombia has decriminalized abortion. How did they get their rights? They fought. They didn't stand around and rally. They fought and took their rights. They left their government no choice but to give people legal health care and a human right. Yet here we are in one of the most developed nations in the world, and we're reversing time, taking away life-saving medical procedures. No matter what it takes, we won't stop until we have a right to abortion to stay. Thank you.
That was so beautiful. Y'all heard them. They say get organized, right? What are we going to do? We're going to get organized. Yes. Wherever you are located, whatever your field of work is doing, do something for reproductive justice today, tomorrow, and the next day. When I started this rally, what did I tell y'all? We must become a menace to our enemies. They can't know no peace. And so it's a beautiful time to remind the doctors, the clinicians, the healthcare workers that they also need a reproductive justice framework, analysis, right? Just because you're a doctor don't mean that you are inherently a doctor in service of reproductive justice. And so today we have somebody who is a doctor and wants to stand for repo justice. Dr. Anna Rossler is going to speak.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Dr. Rossler, a resident physician at Jacobi in the Bronx, and a proud member of my union, the Committee of Interns and Residents, SEIU. We represent more than 20,000 resident physicians across the country, and right now we have all been shaken to our core. We are angry, we are tired, we are worried for our patients, and we are worried for all our members and all healthcare workers who provide abortion care. First, I'd like to tell all OBGYN physicians, abortion providers, and other staff who support women's full access to reproductive health care that we stand with you. Every single service that we provide is life-affirming care, and I commend you for doing the difficult work you do in an environment that often condemns us. As a physician, our responsibilities to patients go far beyond doing no harm. Our responsibility and the collective responsibility of all healthcare providers is ensuring that all patients can access the information and care that they need to ensure their well-being and that of their families. This means ensuring safe, affordable, quality health care for families, including access to abortion. As a pediatric physician, it isn't uncommon for me to encounter patients who have experienced guilt, who have felt a sense of stigmatization, or have struggled after having an abortion. From a healthcare perspective, this also directly impacts women and families' mental and emotional health. When we limit the full spectrum of healthcare services that directly impacts the well-being of our communities and unfairly cast the blame on women, it fosters inequity and limits the protections that we have fought for decades. The fact of the matter is that the actions of the Supreme Court affect much more than just abortion rights. Overturning Roe v. Wade could potentially criminalize people from many states, including my home state of Indiana, just for seeking health care or providing it. The constant regulation of women's bodies, autonomy, reproductive freedom, and access to health care is an issue that all physicians can directly impact. I choose to support a healthcare system that allows us a full access to the healthcare we need so that we can have healthy families and communities. We will not be silent. We will not rest. Our patients deserve better. Our communities deserve better. Our country deserves better. Abortion access is healthcare access. And to say that I am saddened could not be more of an understatement. We are enraged and we will fight for what is right together. Thank you.
When repo rights are under attack, what do we do? When repo rights are under attack, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? If we don't get it, if we don't get it, if we don't get it, thank you.
And let's hear it one more time for our abortion providers, our healthcare providers, our abortion escorts, right, folks, everyday providers. providing care for folks who have abortions. And as Bria said to our clinicians, people self-manage abortions, so do not call the police. That is not your job. Hello. Your job is to support folks in having and getting abortions. Thank you so much. So now we're going to hear from Viva Ruiz and Thank God for Abortion.
That's right! I don't know if you can hear these air horns. Okay! We are Thank God for Abortion. That's right, we're the party people. I've had multiple abortions, God loves me. Do I look ashamed? Nope. We represent all kinds of people. We are queer, we are non-binary, we are trans, we are BIPOC-centered, we are poor-centered. Okay? I'm gonna ask God to tell me what to say. Maybe I should have written something, but you know what? I believe in God, that's the truth. I believe in God. I have an incredible life today because of the 2 abortions I've had. That's my story. What do you think about that, TGFA? You know what, pro-choice is all right, but have you tried pro-abortion? When I say pro, you say abortion. Pro. Abortion. Pro. Abortion. When I say pro, you say abortion. Pro. Abortion. Pro. Abortion. We don't have any kind of shame about this today. We don't have to be polite. We can just say it. We're going to say it plain. We got to say it plain. Okay, we only have a couple of seconds up here. So what's important? Let me see. You know what? It's an opportunity. It's a shitty day. I felt terrible today. Right? You did too. But look, I have pom-poms in my hands. Because it's a good day. It's an opportunity. It's an opening to welcome people into the movement. It's your time. It's your time. Okay? We've been at this. So many of us have been at this. Come join us. We welcome you. It is your time. Be loud. Follow the leadership of abortion clinics, providers, and the people who have abortions. How does that feel? Try that on. This abortion bans is class war. That's what it is. Right? Okay, so I'm going to leave you with a blessing. Here, you know what? Trans rights are inextricable from abortion rights, right? So let me introduce my friend Scout Silverstein, going to say a word about that.
Hi, I'm Scout. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a transgender and intersex policy advocate. So speakers today have already made really great points about trans and disabled people having abortions too. I wanted to take a moment to also point out how disabled and intersex people are also often sterilized without consent, typically at young ages. There are no laws in the United States currently granting reproductive autonomy to these populations. When we talk about the fight for reproductive justice, we must understand that disabled and intersex lives are also disproportionately impacted.
That's right, baby! Okay, that's what we had come to tell you. We tell you that we love you. I wish you every blessing. God loves you. God loves us. God loves abortion. Thank God for abortion. You know what? Let's go on. Thank God for abortion. Thank God for abortion. Thank God for abortion. Thank God for abortion. Thank God. Thank you.
That was so amazing. I want to just thank you all for that. There's so much on my heart as I keep introducing these speakers, but I think I'm thinking about the fact that the United States Supreme Court has no moral authority. None whatsoever. And a country with some of the worst birth outcomes cannot tell you what to do with your body. Y'all are so funny over here. I love it. And so next up, we have Donna Lieberman for the New York Civil Liberties Union.
Justice, for reproductive justice, for equality. You know, for decades we've looked to the courts to vindicate our rights. But if this leaked opinion becomes final, this Supreme Court will be responsible for the most significant assault on women in history. Remember, this court has already demonstrated their disdain for racial equality by gutting the Voting Rights Act. And we know all too well that they have in their crosshairs, remember they like guns, they have in their crosshairs the rights of LGBTQ people, especially trans youth. They have in their crosshairs marriage equality, access to contraception, and just about every principle of equality Americans support. But we're not just going to stand here and watch. We're going to turn our outrage into action. We're going to protect women in New York and welcome women and girls and trans people from all over the country so that they can get the health care here in New York that they need than they can't get at home. You know, we fought for over a decade to pass the Reproductive Health Act in New York, and we won. We won because New Yorkers know that abortion is health care. New Yorkers know that health care is a right, and we believe in freedom and justice. And because of the Reproductive Health Act, in New York, Roe v. Wade is state law, no matter what the Supreme Court says. That's right. In New York, abortion is a fundamental right, period. But now that's not even enough. We need to do more. We need to pass the Equality Amendment. The Equality Amendment to the New York Constitution will enshrine that right in our state constitution so it can't be taken away or criminalized. We also need to put our money where our values are and fund abortion without questions, without conditions. This isn't the first time New York is being called on to open our doors. We did it before Roe, and we will do it again. Remember, till that stupid opinion becomes formal, abortion is still legal everywhere in the country. And will until they release whatever opinion they release, and we'll keep fighting afterwards. Guys, this is the fight of our lives. Today, thousands of us across the country are in the streets. But tomorrow, we'll flood the phone lines, we'll take to the streets again, and most important, we will turn out to vote in the by-elections as if our lives depended on it. Because guess what? Our lives depended on it. And we won't rest until women's fundamental right is restored, not just in New York, but nationwide. My body, my body, my body. Okay.
Support clinic escorts in New York City.
Yes! Yes! Okay. All right, y'all. So it's deeply important in this movement that we hear the stories of folks who have had an abortion. Abortion storytellers move this movement. So I'm going to introduce an abortion storyteller, Athena, who's going to share her story with us. Thank you.
Y'all are loud. Hi. I'm too tall. My name is Athena. I had an abortion when I was 17. I found out I was pregnant my first week of college, shortly after moving into my dorm. I'm not sure I can fully describe the feeling. Thinking you're on the cusp of adulthood, just starting to put your foot in the water, only to immediately fall into the deep end. Right away, even through the initial shock, I knew abortion was the right choice for me. I felt peace and relief that what I thought was the hard part, the making of an impossible decision, was over. But I had no idea how difficult it would be to actually enact my choice. At that time, in Massachusetts, where I was in school, you couldn't get an abortion at 17 without parental consent. So without a car, without a job, without a support system in Massachusetts, it took me and my boyfriend almost a month to be able to purchase bus tickets to take a Peter Pan bus to Connecticut to get an abortion pill. It was only 3.5 weeks, but it felt like eternity. The world was moving so fast around me. My roommate was making friends and joining clubs, and I was trying to hold myself together for just a pair of bus tickets. And despite all of the planning and all of the work and missed classes to finally make it to a Planned Parenthood, thank you, Planned Parenthood, we found out at my appointment that I was a few days too far along and that we would have to figure out how to come back across state lines for a D&C at a later time. When I first heard what was happening in Texas, I broke down because I understand from experience exactly how helpless it feels to be forced to walk through fire to execute a lawful right to choose. And now, with the leaked SCOTUS opinion, I knew I could no longer stay silent because my experience is the experience of far too many people in this country, and all of our voices have a right to be heard. No one should have to fight for autonomy over their own body. No one should have to cross state lines to get an abortion. Reproductive agency is a human right, and we have to stand up to protect access to abortion care for everybody. Thank you.
Please give it up one more time. It takes so much courage to tell your story. Thank you, y'all. All right, so the next speaker we have today is Joy Calloway from Planned Parenthood of Greater New York.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Everybody! No more sleeping in bed. No more backward thinking. Time for thinking ahead. Wake up, all you teachers. Time to teach a new way. Maybe then they'll listen to what we have to say. Wake up, all you builders. Time to build a new land. I know we can do it, but we all must lend a hand. The world ain't gonna get no better if we just let it be. I said the world ain't gonna get no better. We have to change it. Yes, you and me. I'm not gonna say good evening, I'm just gonna say hey. I am Joy D. Calloway. I'm the interim chief executive officer of Planned Parenthood Greater New York Action Fund. I usually go to work and say I woke up like this, but today I woke up in shock. It's like I was in a time warp. Those lyrics were 47 years ago, and I'm repeating them today, and they apply today. We are at a crisis moment, people. I said we are in a crisis in this moment. This devastating and politically motivated Supreme Court opinion is a roadmap, a cookbook, a how-to dismantle our fundamental right to a safe and legal abortion. This is a fundamental right that was codified federally 49 years ago. And with a leak and a slip of the pen, it's about to be gone. We are in a crisis. This court is completely prepared to end the constitutional right to an abortion. Let that sink in. This is not hyperbole. This is not hypothetical. This is not could happen, could not. This is happening, and it's happening now before our very eyes. Right now, our deepest fears are being realized right now. How did you feel when you woke up this morning? This outcome is as dangerous as it is unprecedented, and this will open the floodgates for all of those states that just been itching to take this away, itching to change this. And make no mistake, this is just the beginning. They got a whole list of things they want to do. The next thing is a nationwide ban. You all saw the WAPO article yesterday. Anti-abortion groups and their cronies in Congress have been meeting in secret behind the scenes to plan a national attack on abortion rights. And my notes say, when the Supreme Court rolls it back, come on, y'all. It says if, but we know it's when the Supreme Court rolls back abortion rights. We know our narrow-minded politician friends are going to try to take power in Washington, and we know they're going to start pulling this apart across the entire country. Is that what we want? I say again, wake up! 26 states are ready to immediately ban abortion. The second Roe is overturned. Not the next week, not the next month, not the next day. The second this decision comes out and Roe is overturned, 26 states like dominoes are going to fall. Are we happy with this? Let me be clear. Abortion bans are designed to deny Black, Latinx, Asian, Indigenous people our right to control our bodies and our futures. These bans disproportionately harm people who are in lower incomes and cannot afford access to health care already. So this is just going to make it work. Wake up! Abortion bans are a perpetuation of racism, sexism, misogyny, economic injustice. It's just a sign, and it's the top of a slippery slope, y'all. But let me be clear today. What's this, May 3rd, 2022? Abortion is legal. Today, abortion is legal. It remains our constitutional right. And thanks to reproductive rights champions across this great state of New York, it is codified in our state constitution here in the state of New York. And while you celebrate, and I hear my drummers, this is not a time to rest. This is a time to wake up and to mobilize and to make sure that we let people know that anything less than complete access to an abortion to whomever wants it, whenever we want it, is the only thing that we're going for. Complete access to whomever wants it, whenever they want it. We here in New York, and I say that proudly, this isn't my home state, but my home state is one of those domino states, so they don't get a call out tonight. Here in New York, we must do everything we can, everything in our power to protect and expand access here for everyone who needs us, and those that are going to unfortunately have to travel across state lines, like the young sister that just spoke, so that they can get essential and basic health care, because abortion is health care. And health care happens at Planned Parenthood of Greater New York. We are incredibly proud to be part of a strong coalition of essential abortion healthcare providers. And we will continue to fight to keep abortion safe, legal, and accessible. We are proud to provide abortion to everyone who needs it, New Yorkers or not. And today is the day. We must wake up. We must do something different. We must let our voices be heard. We must make sure abortion is safe and legal across these great United States of America.
Had nothing to do with the other. But had I had the option to choose, my son's outcome would have been better. My son's outcome would have been different. My son's life would have been different. And his son's life would have been different. And so on and so on. Because when you're forced folks to have unintended pregnancies, you increase generational poverty. Amen. So if you don't want me on welfare, then damn it, stay out of my business. That's what you do. And provide folks with access to care. And provide folks with all that they need. And let me tell you something. I do believe that it is your body. It is your choice. It is my body. It is my choice. And that sign says unapologetically pro-abortion, but I'm unapologetically Black as hell and abortion free. Yeah!
And once I was, here I am. I feel like I'm a great mom, right? I just want to say it's my body, it's my choice, and these people have no say. Thank you. Thank you. Oh man, let's give a collective round of applause for everybody we've heard. Missouri Abortion Fund, Planned Parenthood, Advocacy, Pro-Choice Missouri, to name a few. All right, we're getting geared up to take some audience stories. But if you have yet to sign our petition, please, please, please scan the QR code on the back of our clipboards. See one of our people in vest or with a clipboard to sign the petition. It costs nothing. It literally costs nothing. They don't even charge for data anymore. Remember that? You had to pay for data. Now you can use your free ass data to sign our bomb ass petition. All right? All right. I'm super excited to have this moment with you all. I want to make sure we are clear to sign the petition before you leave, right? Get with somebody about donations. Get with me about how you can become a volunteer or a freedom fighter or an organizer or whatever you see yourself doing in this movement. Get with us. And I'm going to go ahead and open up the floor. Is that all right? Is there? Oh, yeah. Come on, Alec.
All right, y'all. Well, we are so excited to open up the floor a little bit because I know there are a lot of stories in here right now that are so important to share. So here's what we got to do. We don't have a ton of time. I'm getting a little cold. I think people are getting a little cold. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna do this for 20 minutes, and we want to open up the floor to folks. So if you would like to share your story, line up right by Nat. Right? Nat is gonna lead our line. All right. That's a great story.
Get these people out of office, get them out of town.
To the state, to the federal government, we demand more of our elected officials.
That's Jasmine. Jasmine Crockett to run off is May 24th. May 24th is the runoff.
I want to share that I represented a young woman who was in immigration detention and held hostage from her abortion decision by the Trump administration. And I saw...
Hey, Trump is not all bad. He got Pharrell Scott out of West Dallas. Trump gave clemency to Pharrell Scott out of West Dallas, so he's not all bad. Trump is not all bad. We need to stop it. And stop indulging in gang activity. Crips and Bloods. Crips and Bloods.
As a collective.
Only we decide our fate. Not the church, not the state. Only we decide our fate. Not the church, not the state. Only we decide.
definitely one of the bigger marches I've seen in Austin in years now, maybe since George Floyd. We're going down 5th Street, and I'm running out of batteries, so I'm just gonna go as long as I can go with the live stream. I think this group is headed to the Capitol, so we'll follow them there, and I'll keep you up to date. This is a response to the opinion leak, the draft opinion leaked by Politico from the Supreme Court, stating that they were going to override Roe v. Wade. I know you probably, I don't look flattering, I'm sorry about that, but how's it going? Good to see you. I never left, my guy. I didn't know. And end the stream and then start it again in like 5 seconds. So if you're sure interested in following the developments of this march, please go ahead, like, follow, share, so that you can be notified as soon as I go back on live. I'm also low on batteries, so, but be right back, guys, in about 30 seconds following this march. We're going down Congress.
I do want to remind you, please head over to the black table if you didn't have the chance to. Sign your name if you would like to know more information about the SIA Center and the resources that we provide. Make sure you take the time there. And yeah, so our next camp, I'm going to ask you, what do we want? And you're going to say abortion access. When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Abortion access! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Abortion access! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Abortion access!
I'm gonna follow you. We can go that way. Yeah.
What do we want? Abortion access! Do we want it? Now! I love the energy! Our next speaker, we're going to bring up Sharon from
Yeah, we just tad that. I know you got an outside.
Stores who go to the preschool pickup line hearing about what you need from your capital city to thrive and to have dignity. That is our day-to-day work at the city level. And we know that that dignity is shaken when we undermine people's access to health care, when we undermine access to the decisions that affect an entire lifespan and the life that could be born because of that. This is about mental health, this is about family health, this is about community health. And we will not stop. And I want to just, the wonderful speaker before, Representative Romero, who asked us to come to this with love. Now, I am an activist at heart. I came up with a hippie mom, so proud of that. Going to protest and taking my babies to protest right here. And I know that the piss and vinegar in my belly sometimes fuels me to do things like start a nonprofit on air quality or run for city council or run for mayor sometimes. But I'm asking you to channel that anger and the heartbreak and the frustration into a movement that actually moves us with love. Because our nation and even our democracy, I believe, is at stake with the hatred on all sides that we are flinging at each other. It is possible for us because I believe that love is stronger than hate and that we can move mountains loudly with our posters, with our voices, with our letters, with voting, with supporting candidates who believe in the access to health care and the well-being of women and all of our families. And even, I'm going to go a step farther than our wonderful Representative Romero and say, you need to run for office, women. In the state of Utah, there's only 25% of us who are elected. 25% of your elected officials are women in the state of Utah. We're not even half of the conversation. So please, if you don't feel the urge and the capability yet to run yourself, support a woman who does. Support a woman who is going to pick up the microphone and say, my rights are important. They're as important as every man standing behind me and every man who will follow. My rights are important. My health care is important. And I will fight for you. So as your capital city, we love you. We will stand with you. We will fight with you. I'm going to bring my heart to it every time, and I ask you to bring your heart as an American, as a nation in struggle right now. Help us come through this with some dignity, the dignity that we're asking for women. Thank you for being here tonight.
We have a child who is lost up here. If you look around and your child's not next to you, do you know his name? We bring families together here. I'm really fortunate that I get to, ever since January, work with some of the most amazing people who are here to fight, who every day I see it, every time I see them, they're ready to fight. They're ready to fight for you. I feel so fortunate. My boss, like our campaigns manager, Nikilia Venugopal, I had it in my head. Valentina Defex are going to introduce our executive director who is here to fight for you. You can bet that we have lots and lots of legal degrees fighting all across the country in every single state.
So I'm Nikilia Venugopal, Director of Campaigns with the American Civil Liberties Union of Utah.
ACLU of Utah, and today we're here sadly again standing here with all of you because
abortion is health care! Abortion is our right! So last night's leak confirmed our deepest fear that the Supreme Court is ready to take away our ability to control if and when to have a child. But here's the good part. Our teams of lawyers, organizers, activists have been preparing for any outcome, and we will never back down on this fundamental right. And to be clear, as of today, abortion is legal in Utah. And we will continue fighting to keep it that way.
Thank you.
Today, we're here with our Executive Director, Brittany Nystrom, It is an honor to introduce her. To reaffirm our commitment to all Utahns to work as hard as it takes, as long as it takes, to guarantee abortion justice for all.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who's here today. Since long before Roe v. Wade, generations of ACLU staff have defended abortion access and worked to redefine reproductive justice. Many of you know that Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg founded the Reproductive Rights Project at the ACLU. And no matter what this Supreme Court decides this fight is not over. These last 24 hours have not been easy. It's been nearly 5 decades since Roe v. Wade was decided. And here we are, yet again, fighting for your right to decide if and when to have a child. We've already seen the devastating impact that attacks on abortion access have had in states like Texas, where these attacks fall hardest on communities that are already experiencing systemic racism, discrimination. These are communities of color. These are communities working to make ends meet, rural communities. And I cannot promise you that Utah will be immune from these attacks. In fact, I think it's probable that it will happen here. I think we can agree that no one should be forced to carry a pregnancy against their will. Can we agree? And it is no surprise that the majority of Americans support your right to control your own body and your future. Am I right? And so I promise you this. The ACLU of Utah and the ACLU across the country will not stop fighting for your decision to choose. From joining Utahns in our streets, from St. George to Bluff to Salt Lake City to Logan, to advocating in these marbled halls behind us today, to fighting in the courtroom, we will defend your rights. Today,
we do. I didn't go to the gas station to get my abortion.
No.
I didn't go to the grocery store. I didn't show up at the mall. I didn't go to the bank. I went to a healthcare facility because it is a procedure that needs to be performed by a medical professional.
That's right!
And we know that healthcare is a human right, and abortion care is healthcare. We won't turn back.
That's right now.
As they attack us with this, we won't turn and we won't stop. Because lives are on the line. They don't care about the lives. But you know what? It's our work too. And it's our work to put our feet to it and our hands and our mouths. It's our work to make sure that they understand what St. Louis needs. Right. It's our work to make sure they understand what Missouri needs. And we won't stop that, and so you all.
That's right.
As you all stand out here and as you galvanize more people, we keep hearing up to July. June, could be Monday, could be June, could be July, for this to be written. We're asking, me and some of my colleagues, we're asking our president.
Come on.
We're asking our president to abolish the filibuster so we can get this legislation. And we can't just attack this one way. We gotta see, look, everything has to be on the table. We gotta come from every angle. We gotta make sure whatever cards we can throw it all out there, and let's see what's gonna work, see what can happen. And so expanding the court, we got to do that too. So we have to make sure that we codify Roe v. Wade.
That's right.
So that no matter what the states do, no matter what the states want to do, that people will still have access to safe, effective abortions and care.
Yes.
And so, yeah. And so what do? We do stand up, fight back, absolutely. Yes. That's because you want me to jump up and down and say, but we have so many organizations and groups and people doing the work. One thing that we need right now is we need them to be like fully staffed, and we need them to have all that they need. So one thing that we need to happen is donating to the groups that are doing the work. So we donate to the organizations, we donate to Planned Parenthood and to NARAL, and we donate to the groups, we donate to abortion funds, abortion funds.
Yes.
That's one. Two, we got to think about who's not activated. Think about who's not activated, and each one of us have somebody that we can activate, that can activate more and keep that thing going. And our activation needs to look like presence, that needs to look like showing up, whether it's phone calls or coming back here or whatever it is. We got to keep having stuff going. And let me remind you all what we did during the Ferguson uprising. Even though Missouri we didn't get what we wanted out of this state, but change happened all across not only the country but the world. Because we kept showing up, we kept doing different things, we just kept moving. Everybody had something to do. Everybody just kept moving. You don't have to have a name or a title or be somebody that you deem special to do work. Everybody has a place. Say, I have a place. I have work to do. I have work to do. Say it. I have work to do. So I don't want to hear, well, I ain't nobody called on me. I don't know. We're in a crisis. This is an emergency. So whatever insecurities you had before, right now or today, I don't think I put all of that aside, hang it up on the shelf. That day is done. That day is done. Because what happens if we don't make this, if we don't push this momentum and get this change, even though they say it's going to happen, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. If we don't do what we can, everything that we can, then abortions will continue to happen.
Yeah, they will.
They just won't be safe.
That's right.
People will die. People will die. And we sign off if we don't do everything that we can. So regardless of where you are in the world, in your life's journey, or what you have or don't have, bring something to the table to be able to help with this. We need you. We need you. 2025 needs you. 2050 needs you. 2100, if we get there, we deal with climate change. Need you today.
Right now.
You are the ones that make this happen. You are the ones. Yeah, there are legislators, and yeah, there's the Supreme Court folk. Yeah, the justice. Yeah. But pressure moves legislators. Pressure from the inside, from their own community, moves legislators. So tell your folks in other states where we have senators that are not supporting abolishing the filibuster, or that aren't supporting, that aren't supporting codifying Roe v. Wade. Everybody has something to do. I don't care. I used to say when I was running a couple years ago, I don't care if you tie shoes well. I don't care what your thing is. Bring it to the table. Right. Bring it to the table. So let me see. I need to see hands on the organizers, because we need to make sure sure folk know who to go talk to. So where are our organizers? Wave it. So, if you didn't know before who they are, you just saw who they are. Show up, come talk to them. They gonna come talk to you. Show up, come talk to them. Look on the websites. Find out how you can get involved and what you can bring. You are here in this moment with this information, and you know it, so you are charged with doing something about it.
That's right. Yes.
You are charged. So you have been compelled to move, and the world for generations will thank you.
Amen.
Thank you all so much. United we stand, united we fall. And look, last thing. Remember, your congresswoman loves you. I gotta say it. Know that your congresswoman loves you, and I'm fighting as hard as I can where I am in my space. You fight. As you fight, you push me. Remember, as you fight, you push me. So if you ain't fighting, I don't go as hard. But when you fight and you knock me down, that makes me roll and I get somewhere. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Everybody, it's always a blessing and a pleasure to have you before us. We love you and support you, and we understand that you support our issues, right? Yes. So, can we get everybody to turn which way? Come on, everybody face the courthouse. Put your signs high in the sky. We're going to take some photos right now to memorialize this moment in history between all of us. Yes, face the courthouse.
Come to our doors every day needing help. The first thing they said is make sure your doors are open. And doors of Planned Parenthood of Utah are open every day. We're open through pandemics. We're open through hurricanes. We're open every day to meet the needs of the people so they can have safe sex. Responsible sex. Build strong families if they want and contribute to a strong Utah. So the first thing on my list was a check. We're here for the people. We'll be here today, tomorrow, no matter what happens. You can count on us. The next thing they suggested is we need to direct our rage. We've all got a little rage. And it's really fair to have a little rage. And you get to decide what to do with that rage. We've had a lot of good speakers tonight, and they've all given you opportunity to think about your rage and where you want to put it. And, you know, I'm lucky. I got a lot of rage, and I can divide it up into many places. Divide it up and give, I got a little money left over, I can give some to the ACLU because they're going to defend my rights. Planned Parenthood because I know they're going to defend other people's rights. I can give a little bit to these legislators and the city council who I know are going to watch out. They may not win all the time, unfortunately, but they're going to be there and they're going to stand up for them. And I got a little bit of rage I can give to them. And then I want to talk about the people who want to think about compassion. We had a wonderful speaker who was brave enough to talk about what life experiences she went through. We had a couple of those. And they talked about getting care. They talked about getting that care with love and compassion. And someone who really made them feel good about their decision. As Planned Parenthood, ACLU, the Women's Democratic Club, the League of Women Voters, we all have plans to help people who need care. So no matter what group you want to work with, they've got jobs that they don't have to have money, you don't have to have a working car, you gotta have some love for fellow people who need some care when they've got schoolwork, how to get care when they got a job that they gotta show up for, when they got kids who they've gotta care for. We're gonna need a lot of help, and you can all do it, by talking to people. Let them know abortion is still legal. Let them know who to call. Let them know that someone will help them. They don't have to do it alone. Rage can go a long way, and we need that rage. The next thing on my list was bring the fight to the state. Now, you've heard a couple of things about our state today. I want to suggest one more. When this, if this trigger bill comes to pass, this legislature needs to be not so capricious with setting their rules. They need to pay attention to real life Utahns who have real life struggles to make their decisions. They have to listen to the doctors. They have to listen to the people who provide the services. And they have to listen to you. You gotta get off the couch and you gotta talk to them. So save a little rage for the legislature when they get back together to decide what happens. And then a couple of these speakers have alluded to something you could do if you're feeling really brave with your rage. You could run for office. I would guess that everyone standing on the Capitol steps could do just a good job, if not better job, than a lot of people who are running through my mind right now. So, run for office, or help someone else run for office. And then the last thing I've got to say to wrap us up is we've been talking about Roe. Let's face it, the laws of Roe versus Wade are just the floor of this movement. We've got to be working for real change. We've got to be working for real respect for people who can get pregnant. To not care for them just when they get pregnant, but how about when they have the baby? We've got got to make sure that our government really cares about our families, how we choose them, how we support them, how we care for them. So let's not think about just what the Supreme Court holds in its hands right now, but think about what we really want. And I think we got enough rage to go around and spread it around and get other people a little ragey and do a lot of good for this world. I have to thank everyone who made the effort to come out today. We didn't put this together alone. The socialists, they nudged us. They nudged really well. And then we have all our good friends who stand behind us, inside of us, who help us in even getting this sound system to work. That's the hardest part of throwing a rally. But you all made it here and made us all look good, and because we know what this cause means. So it may be a dress rehearsal. We may be back here again soon. Luckily, I like hanging out with you people, so it's okay.
We love you too.
And take this energy, take the list, help someone expand the list, and stand up for women, people who get pregnant, for families, and we'll have a better Utah. Thank you so much.
These are your comrades, these are the people you're fighting with and fighting for. Yes! If your ranch has money, the Utah Abortion Fund. One more time, hands off! My body! Hands off! Hands off! Let's go out there and fight.
dedication.
Sube de aquí. Not just for the rich and white. Abortion is a human right. Not just for the rich and white. Abortion is a human right. Not just for the rich and white. Abortion is a human right. Not just for the rich and white. Not just for the rich and white.
Hi. How are you?
I know.
Yes.
It's a human right, not just for the rich and white. Abortion is a human right, not just for the rich and white.
That part.
Not just for the rich and white. Abortion is a human right. Right, 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 right. Abortion is a human 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 right. Abortion bans have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Abortion bans have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Abortion bans have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Abortion bans have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Abortion bans have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Abortion bans have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Abortion bans have got to go. So, like, where did this come from?
All right.
Have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Abortion bans have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho.
Yeah, I saw him. I keep my eyes open. And my brain working. Twink, twink. Mad creepy. But we're in Washington Square Park because it's creepy nation. Ooh. Hey. Make way, make way. There's literally nowhere to go. Oh, we love DC. Y'all really about it. For real, for real. Gracias, always. Wait, okay. You want to be on the side or in like the back? Okay. Over here.
Not just for the rich and white. Abortion is a human right, and not just for the rich and white. Abortion is a human right, and not just for the rich and white. Abortion is a human right, and not just for the rich and white. Abortion is a human right, and not just for the rich and white. Abortion is a human right, and not just for the rich and white. Abortion is a human right, and not just for the rich and white.
way too hard to pass civil protections for us to go back now. In the Latino community, there's a huge stigma around abortion and what that means culturally. So here at Somos, we're here every day making sure the community knows who's standing up for our beliefs and knows who's trampling our rights. Now is the time to...
I'm from the Texas Panhandle, so crazy up there, crazy. So I was on the Planned Parenthood board up there for 6 years. 6 years. And here's the reason. Not because I'm a great guy, not because of anything magnanimous, but because I am a girl dad. A girl dad. And that's important to me. I did that because my children's lives matter to me. I don't want the government or a man controlling what they do. My nieces are back here, one of my children's back there, and their lives matter to me. And I don't want, when I heard that this morning, it was not surprising, but horribly painful. Because I was hoping against all hope that it wouldn't happen, and here we are once again. And then, if that's not enough, you know, these people that make these rules up are passing it down to the states. Well, we know you can gerrymander a state. We know what's going to happen. And if that's not enough, they're trying to decide who we can date, who we can marry, and then our LGBTQ brothers and sisters are going to suffer because of these decisions. That is a bunch of bullshit. And we've got to figure out what to do to make this better. I love all of those girls back there. Every one of them. They matter to me. I love them, and that's why I'm here. And I see a lot of men here, and I'm thrilled. Because that is what we do, and that's what we are. That's what we do for our families. I agree with you. We don't need to be out there and be violent, but we need to be angry. And I can't run anymore. I'm heavier than I was when I was on the Planned Parenthood board. It was a long time ago. And I sure as hell can't run anymore. But walk, hell yes, brother, hell yes. But walk with me, knock on doors, and let's make this shit happen.
Heck yeah. Oh yeah. I see a hand over here. Oh, okay.
Let's do a chant.
Okay, let's do a chant first. Try not to trample the plants. It's not their fault.
All right, so the chant goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Abortion is worth fighting for. 5, 6, 7, 8. Women's lives are what is at stake. 1, 2, 3, 4. Abortion is worth fighting for. 5, 6, 7, 8. Women's lives are at stake. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Abortion is worth fighting for.
5, 6, 7, 8. Women's lives are at stake.
Abortion access.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Abortion access.
When do we want it?
Now.
If we don't get it.
Shut it down.
If we don't get it.
Shut it down.
If we don't get it.
Shut it down.
Hell yeah.
Woo! Yeah, come on in.
Now, who I am is not important, but what I do. I'm a paralegal with the local charity legal association, and I specialize in evictions. Now, twice a week, I have to sit in the legal courts of this city.
Thanks. Anybody else?
Housing is a human right.
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 Hell yeah.
Woo!
Yeah,
you're kind of like
right here. Yeah. Okay. My girlfriend woke me up from a nap and was like, "You want to go protest?" And I was like, "Okay."
Yeah.
So I just wanted to read from an essay that I wrote a couple years ago after one of my friends was going through something. I just wanted to talk to the ladies for a second. The biggest lie that you will be told and you will tell yourself is that you have no worth, no value, no point in existing unless your appearance, your voice, and your mind are being validated by a man's presence. This is the lie that they tell you to keep you down and to keep you docile. They will tell you that other women are the enemy and men are your heroes and saviors. Even in 2022, they will steal progressive language to say this to you. But I'm telling you that your experiences and your strength are worth more than anything any man has done or said, including the Supreme Court justices. Your empathy, your strength, your experiences, your art, your intelligence has value in the world, and not in the capitalistic sense, but in that we can build a better world. So listen to me now, young women of the world. Build your minds and build your bodies how you can. Do not be afraid of your mind and your bodies. Do not be afraid of being alone without a man. Unite with your sisters, not just online, but in the real world. Understand that you are not each other's enemies. The enemy is the patriarchy, and he wants to divide us. There is hope for other women, and it lies in other women and in ourselves.
Get it now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? I see one over here. Come on.
Hi, everyone. Okay. My name is Mara Posada.
Have a choice. Women are responsible. Is what is under attack today. It is basically saying to us, women, that you don't know better, right? That we know better than you, and we're going to set some limits on abortion for you. Because so that is fundamentally what is happening right now. And I want to make clear that abortion is legal in the United States right now. And it is legal in the state of Nevada because in 1990, on a 2-to-1 margin, Nevadans stood up and said women should be able to make their own choice on whether or not they can have an abortion. And guess what? We're going to fight like hell to protect that. Because what this memo says and what we think the Supreme Court is doing, which is a Supreme Court that has been created politically by anti-choice extremists. And basically they're saying to 36 million women in this country of reproductive age that we know better than you. We can make this decision for you. So let's talk about freedom. Let's talk about freedom in this country. And when I stand up and when I was sworn into Congress, I got sworn in to protect everyone's freedom in this country. And most importantly, it includes that of everyone, including women, including, by the way, so many more people, because the way this opinion has been written is that under a veil that they can use that same decision to roll back restrictions on so many other communities. So you're not only standing up for your own choice, you're not standing up so every woman in this country is respected for her ability to make a choice that is so personal that she should have the ability to make it with herself, between her and her doctor, and her and whatever moral compass she has. And I don't need politicians telling me or telling my daughter or telling any woman in this country what they can and cannot do with their bodies. So we are going to continue to fight. The House passed codifying Roe v. Wade. Unfortunately, we have a little filibuster problem in the Senate that hopefully the Senate will take care of. And we need to codify Roe v. Wade to make it the law of the land. And I'm finally going to tell you this. I met a friend a couple days ago, and when Ketanji Brown Jackson was confirmed. Let's hear it for that. Let's remember that Merrick Garland's confirmation was held up for a year, so that Mitch McConnell can appoint his extreme right-wing Supreme Court justice. That has been the travesty of this country, that the Supreme Court has become such a political body. But anyway, this woman says to me, "Oh, I'm not going to get involved in politics this year. I'm sitting it out." But isn't that great about Ketanji Brown Jackson? I'm like, do you understand that elections have consequences, that those two things are related? So don't just be here. This is the first step. We got to make sure that you continue to support and elect pro-choice candidates up and down the ballot. My body! My body! My body! My body! We are not going to let our choice be ripped away from us. No. Let's continue to stand up and fight. Let's do it!
Thank you so much to Congresswoman Susie Lee. Next, we have Laura Campbell with Nevada Now. They are also the organizer for the Las Vegas Women's March.
Oh, okay, thank you. Can we give it up for Susie Lee, please? I am Laura Campbell. I am the Director of Actions of Nevada Now. Thank you for having us. National Organization of Women has been working towards accessible reproductive health care for all women and LGBTQIA+. People for over 50 years now fully support safe and legal abortion, affordable and effective birth control, and other contraception, medication, abortion, telemedicine for reproductive care, and reproductive health education.
Who has also shared his story. With my story here,
abortion. Find me in the crowd. I have QR codes for you.
Background Jason's also my husband. I want to bring up, before I invite the Reverend up, I also want to invite every young girl, every little boy that's here today. Can you guys come up, please? This is for you guys. As much as it is for us, this is also for the future, for our children to be able to say, my life, my health, my choice. My body and my rights. So one more time before the Reverend closes us out. What do we want? Oh no, that's the wrong group.
Thank you so much. It was a real honor to get an invitation to speak on behalf of my employer, the Faith Alliance for Immortal Autonomy.
Yes.
I'm Reverend Millie Phillips. I'm a Unitarian Universalist minister who is currently serving as the Concord, California organizer for FAME, which is an initiative of East Bay Alliance for Sustainable Autonomy based here in Oakland. And I also live here in Oakland as well. So I'm very honored that the Christian right has usurped this conversation for far too long.
Yes.
The vast majority of people in this country do support the right to abortion.
That's true.
Yes, in Roe v. Wade. That is true. You are right. And the vast majority of people who participate in the major world religions who live in this country also support that right. And even if they don't say they do in practice. And they do it under absolute private. Because they get abortions too, when they're faced with traumatic circumstances that require it. Now, I am of the first generation, I'm in my mid-60s, I'm of the first generation that had the legal right to abortion. My mother did not have that right. My mother had an illegal abortion in her late 30s after having 3 children, one of whom was profoundly disabled, and she was in very poor health. Thankfully for her, a doctor performed that procedure in secret, safely. Many women did not even have what the privilege that she had. They had a medical doctor risk his licensing and his, freedom to give her that medically necessary abortion. The stigma against illegal abortion was so great that I didn't even find out my mother had an abortion until after she died, and my father told me. That's tragic that she had to go to her grave carrying that as a secret. That's shameful. That should never happen to anybody. And I want to say that as a person who had that legal right, I myself exercised that right once. My circumstances were nowhere near as dire as my mother's, but I am glad that I had the right to make a choice which allowed me to support the child I already had and succeed in a demanding new job at a blue-collar trade. Labor issue. I've been a proud union member most of my adult life, my ministry career is later life. I'm a proud union member today, Communication Workers Local 9415, which organizes my nonprofit. And it's an economic justice issue. If you had universal pay, Medicare for all, you would have far fewer abortions. If you had good paying union jobs, you would have far fewer abortions. It's an economic justice issue, it's a racial justice issue, because who is the working class in this country? It's not all white guys with MAGA hats, folks. We all know that. Who is most impacted by this? The poorest and the most marginalized people in this country. But we're all impacted by it too, even if we don't fit in that category. And we all have to fight for this right for everyone, and don't let anyone ever say that there are religious people in this country that are not pro-choice, but it's not.
I am a 73-year-old grandmother with 5 granddaughters. These assholes want my granddaughters to carry the baby of their rapist to term. This is a horror.
Remember to vote. This is not over today. This is the beginning. Register to vote and make sure you get out. Thank you all.
Right now, we are in the midst of a very obvious culture war on LGBTQ issues. They are trying to control us because our liberation is a loss of power for them. And I don't know about you, but as a loud, queer, non-binary person, I have no wanting to be controlled by a bunch of old conservatives in Washington trying to tell me what to do with my body. A heavily conservative Supreme Court could possibly rethink the 2015 equal marriage decision and also the 2003 decision that overruled state-level sodomy laws. Reproductive justice is intrinsically linked to queer justice and trans justice and racial justice and economic justice and environmental justice and so much more. When you leave here today, I hope you're thinking about what actions we can take. Because, I can't remember who said it, I'm getting old. But somebody said this is the first step, and it's true. There's so much more work to be done. For one, I hope y'all are voting. That's some pretty important midterms coming up. So I hope you're registered, and I hope you vote, and I hope you are an informed voter. And please listen to the organizations that are here today. Support these organizations, the local organizations, Planned Parenthood, all of the other organizations. Give money if you can, please. We need to be funded to do this work. To cause this trouble takes funding, okay? So please show up, stand up, and speak up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sai. Next, we have Macy from the Wild West Access Fund.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm really happy to go right after Sai, because Sai obviously just hyped us all up, and I'm just going to say ditto to everything they just said. So I'm Macy Hubbard. I'm the president of Wild West Access Fund. We are a volunteer-led abortion fund, and we have, since we started in July of 2021, we have reallocated close to $50,000. So we've heard a lot from a lot of people, so I'm going to keep this really short and just say something really just uplifting and challenging. So the Supreme Court has yet again reminded us that it was never designed to protect the most vulnerable. Leaving the decision to the states has proven time and time again that many states are moored in racism, misogyny, and classism. Thankfully, Nevada has solidified the right to abortions, and again, I just want to uplift. Thank you guys so much for 1990. And we at the Wild West Access Fund are here to help as many of our friends and neighbors as we can, be they from Nevada, be they from somewhere else. We are here to help, and that's all. We will just keep helping people get access to their health care, no matter what the circumstances. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Macy. Can we give it up for all of our speakers today?
It criminalizes gender-affirming health care. In a couple of months, the draft decision of the Supreme Court will go into effect. As Rebecca stated earlier, Biden already has been demobilizing people by telling them to wait till November to vote blue. Poor working class women and LGBTQ people can't wait 6 months for an empty promise by the courts, Democrats or Republicans. They have no actual interest in helping the needs of the working class because their interests are of the capitalist class. Roe didn't come handed down. It was fought for on the streets through a diverse movement made up of people of color, youth, women, and LGBTQ in the 1970s. Up until recently, NGO organizations like Planned Parenthood, NARAL, and NOW have been silent on leading and building a mass movement like they once did. To build a mass movement, the working class must assert its political independence from the capitalist class. We need an independent, working class party that will not shy away from class struggle or make excuses for unaccountable squads or union bureaucrats, but will instead build social and labor movements based upon the methods of class struggle. And it is precisely the building of such movements that can point the way forward to the founding of such a party. The current labor movement has a huge role to play in building a mass movement and protecting and expanding reproductive and LGBTQ rights. Currently, there are many workers on strike or trying to unionize in many industries. It has been through labor struggle where the most multiracial and multi-gendered working class has engaged in action. As Rebecca stated earlier, it is young women and queer people who are leading the Starbucks unionization efforts. It is immigrants and people of color who led the fight for the first Amazon union. It is through these efforts of unionizing where the battle for the first contract can lay the foundation of workers fighting for a clear program and demands that have have to center around trans-inclusive healthcare on day one of starting a job. The right to gender-affirming healthcare that includes the right to abortions and childcare in the workplace is essential for unions to fight for. Clear demands that draw LGBTQ workers into the fight are an important part of a broad program of workplace demands that speak to the interests of workers at large. Access to health care is a need that speaks to so many beyond queer workers, as do calls for higher wages and better hours. Combined together, these demands make it clear what is really at stake for those heading towards unionization and what can be won. Nurses' unions have led heroic struggles throughout the pandemic and would have a key role to play in this fight alongside unionizing service workers and many others. This is among many reasons why it is so crucial that UW nurses have their union recognized immediately. Nurse unions can play a role in leading the fight to protect and expand reproductive rights by fighting for trans-inclusive Medicare for all as one of their demands. A critical example in the fight for abortion rights we must look to is the fight in Poland. The reactionary government tried to make abortion illegal outright, sparking immediate protests to defend the reproductive rights. This resulted in mass protests and the use of women's strike, which drew in wider layers of workers. This could have become a launching point for an organized, sustained mass movement to defend and extend reproductive rights and bring down the right-wing government like we saw in Argentina. But the leading pro-choice LGBTQ orgs and unions failed to recognize this is a sustained movement. Spontaneous protests show the mood for struggle, but on their own are not enough to bring about fundamental changes. An unfortunate example of this in the US was the historic George Floyd rebellion. With 27 million people participating, this should have been the launching point for a new multiracial mass movement against police violence and racism. Instead, we got Kyle Rittenhouse walking free. The movement needs organization and a clear program of what we are fighting for. Unions have historically played a leading role in fighting oppression. It's what gave way to the civil rights movement after mass unionization of black workers in the 30s and 40s. Unions are also a core way to cut across divisions. The labor movement is at the beginning of a resurgence, and the organization of women, people of color, and queer people, alongside their cis and white co-workers, will be critical for breaking down the barriers erected by the ruling class. At the end of the day, it is the capitalist class, the super rich, who are responsible for putting these people into power who can overturn Roe. Responsible for Trump, for Abbott, for DeSantis, and even for the weak corporate Democratic Party's failed response to them. Defeating this means making them feel where it hurts. Labor stoppage is a key way to win demands in the workplace, and coordinated across the country, it will be a critical tool for defeating attacks on women and queer people. We can't wait for Dems in November. We need to act now. Look around you. Look how many people are here right now. We need to keep this momentum going. We encourage you to get organized as socialists because it is a socialist feminist approach that is needed. This means also joining unions and socialist organizations. interested, join my organization, Socialist Alternative. We will be holding an action conference this Saturday at 3 to discuss the next steps. Follow our Facebook page for current updates. Solidarity.
Can we give it up again for Angie? Take to the streets and fight as one. This is how Roe is won. Take to the streets and fight as one. This is how Roe is won. If they tell us take a hike, we will all go on strike. If they tell us take a hike, we will all go on strike. Take to the streets and fight as one. This is how Roe is won. Our final speaker tonight is Yvonne. She uses she, her pronouns, and she is from the International Marxist Tendency.
Thank you so much for being here and for having me here. This woman is a very tough act to follow. As a fellow Marxist, I'm going to keep it as short as I can. My name is Yvonne. I'm from the International Marxist Tendency. I got to work this morning and I said to a colleague that I was, I'm sorry I was late today, but my clock was back 50 years. But really, in all seriousness, this leaked opinion is a real wake-up call, a realization, I think, for all of us that a fundamental democratic right that was hard-fought and won can be rolled back and taken back at any minute. And this is something that should blow apart all our illusions in the Constitution and what the Supreme Court means. But I also think that what we really need to understand here is that the fear-mongering of lesser evil politics is part of what has gotten us here. Let me remind you that it was voting for the Democrats that got us here. Joe Biden...
It doesn't only affect women, obviously. It mostly affects women, but it also affects people who...
This country fought it through legislation, through lobbying, through all of these different channels, through voting. But what changed is that at some point they decided that they were not willing to accept where things are, and they stepped into the streets. And they popularized the symbol, the international symbol for abortion, the green bandana, the Someone like to pass around stickers? These are flyers about the walkout that's happening on Thursday.
Texas! Ted Cruz has built Texas! And so the only thing we can do is get all those people that are elected that sit here and want our voice and our vote, that we hold those people accountable or get them.
Slack again. This is an election year here in the state of Rhode Island. Every 2 years is an election year in the state of Rhode Island because our General Assembly is up for election every cycle, every 2 years. So that's Rep. Kislak, Rep. Kassar, all the reps, all the senators here, they're up for re-election potentially this year. So pay attention, listen, and if you like what you hear, feel free to support them. If you don't like what you hear or you wonder why they're not here or what have you, take that to the ballot box in September, which is the Democratic primary, and then November, which is the general election. And we will keep it moving here with our next speaker, who is another healthcare professional. This is Dr. Ben Brown from Brown University and Women and Infants Hospital.
Good evening, everybody. I am so happy to see so many people here. Thank you for turning out. Thank you for turning out on short notice. Thank you for making your voices heard. So, yes, my name is Dr. Ben Brown. I am an OBGYN. I do labor and delivery care. I provide birth. Hold it closer. All right, you got it. How's that? Can you hear me now? I thought I was talking really loud, but I can talk louder. I have a loud voice. We can do this together. I'm an OBGYN. My name is Dr. Ben Brown, and I'm an OBGYN. I provide birth care for folks of all risk levels, high-risk complex pregnancies as well as average-risk pregnancies. I provide emergency care at women and infants, and I also provide abortion care as part of comprehensive health care for folks with uteruses. Friends, I came to this work because I'm a Quaker. I came to this work out of a sense of love and a sense of calling, a calling to service, a calling to be of use to the communities that our patients come from, the communities that I am a part of, and for communities throughout Rhode Island. That's why I do the work that I do. I believe in being there for patients. I believe patients deserve somebody who can make the healthcare space a safe space where we can center their voices, center their needs, hear their values, and provide the care that they need based on those values, based on where our patients are coming from. That is what I strive to do every day in caring for patients. And I know that I speak for so many of my colleagues in saying that. That is what we are here to do. We want to make healthcare spaces safe spaces and supportive spaces for all of our patients, for all Rhode Islanders. And I also know that abortion bans hurt people. Abortion bans hurt communities. They are dangerous. And they are not okay. I want to tell you, I trained in Chicago. I trained in the Midwest. And Chicago provides care for a huge swath of the country where people have poor access to abortion. And I saw patients, every clinic who had traveled to see our office from other states, from Indiana, from Wisconsin, from Iowa. People had traveled hours. I saw that every clinic. I saw patients who had to take time off of work. I saw patients who had to raise extra money to pay for the gas just to get to the city where I was working. I saw patients who had to navigate an unfamiliar city find a place to stay. And every time I would care for one of those patients, I would think about all the patients who didn't have the resources to surmount those barriers. Who were the patients who couldn't get to that care because they couldn't surmount those barriers? That is the reality that is coming our way in the face of what we expect from the Supreme Court. But friends, we are strong. We are going to fight back. We are going to do that together, and I believe that we can do that. I believe that we can make abortion access a reality. So I want to say, if you are new to this movement, welcome. We are happy to have you. Thank you for joining us. And I want to encourage you to do a couple of things. I want to encourage you to listen. Listen to the work that is ongoing. Ask how you can take part in it. Ask what you can do. But don't just listen to people like me. Don't just listen to doctors. I want you to listen to the reproductive justice advocates who have been doing this for years and years. And in the clinical space, I want you to listen to the people who answer the phones at the front desk. I want you to listen to the medical assistants who guide patients through care every step of the way and hold their hand every step of the way. I want you to listen to patients, to their family members. Listen to the people who are speaking for the communities that are affected by abortion bans and the people who are affected by accessing abortion care as part of their comprehensive health care. And then I want you to donate to abortion funds here and around the country. And I want you to vote. Vote for people who will support the Equality and Abortion Coverage Act here in Rhode Island to make our state a better haven, a safe place where people can get whatever care they need. And for everybody involved in this movement, the people who have been here for 5 minutes, 5 years, 5 decades, I want to take a moment to remind you that in a challenging time, in a scary time, we owe each other love each other, uplift each other's work, show each other solidarity, and then let's fight like hell for our patients, for each other, and for our communities. Thank you, everybody.
Well, let's go. Good evening. All right, let's try this one more time. Good evening. All right. Tonight we're all here for one reason. We are pissed off and tired. My name is Jennifer Rourke. I am a board member at the Women Project. I love y'all. Y'all so sweet. And I'm mad as hell. I'm tired. We have been fighting for way too long for something as simple as what? Healthcare. It's healthcare. Y'all all gathered today at a drop of a dime. You got a message on Twitter. You got an email. Somebody maybe texted you to say come out. This started off as something small. It was supposed to be a small projection, you know what we're famous for? Doing some crazy shit. Hence the hot air balloon. But turn around and look at the people that are here tonight. These are the people that are fighting with you. I need every single one of you to show up in September and vote for the people that are fighting to protect us, that are fighting to protect our children, that are fighting to make sure that we have access. Because I'm tired of doing this shit over and over again. This is the definition of insanity. I know y'all tired because I'm tired. September, make sure your neighbor, make sure your best friend, make sure your mother, your sister, your uncle, whomever, your dog is registered to vote come September, because it's time. We are tired of this shit. Up next, we have Indira from PSL.
Peace, everyone. 2 things before I start. For one, can we give it up to the Herald that leaked this information to us? Two, I mean, some of y'all may know, I always like to start off with a chant. So let's start off with, fired up, can't take it no more. We're fired up. We're fired up. We're fired up. We're fired up. Peace. Again, my name is Indira, and I'm proud to organize with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. So on my way here, I was thinking about all the protests and actions that I've been to over the years, right? All the struggles for women's rights, workers' rights, for affordable housing, and quality public education. And it made me ask the question, how long are we going to take this, right? How long are we going to demand our basic human rights? Is it going to be 5 years, 10 years, 20, our whole damn lives? Whenever working and oppressed people ask for the basic rights, for the right to housing and education, the right to have dignity and respect on the job, for the right to have an abortion, the answer is always, it's complicated, right? The process just takes time. We just don't have enough resources for it. Bullshit. Right, bullshit, right? Bullshit. It's too complicated and the process takes too long for women to have access to reproductive care. We don't have the resources to fund comprehensive health care. But somehow, right, the complication in the processes magically go away when we need to send money for another war. Right? And it's not millions that we're talking about. It's billions with a B. And somehow we have all the resources in the world to build more police stations and prisons. Boo, right, shame. And I don't know about y'all, but something tells me the equation isn't as complicated as it's made out to be. So before I organized, right, like I went to school, I thought I was going to become a historian, but, you know, still, as an organizer, we have to study history and learn from it. And one thing I know for sure, right, is the only way working and oppressed people have had their demands met is by fighting for them. So I think it's important for us to refresh our memory of the Supreme Court decision that granted the right to of how abortion was even won in the first place. So the legal right to abortion was not an invention that fell from the sky. When it became a law in 1973, arch reactionary Richard Nixon was in the White House and the Supreme Court had a conservative majority. The right to abortion in the United States was won as a result of a long, determined, organized struggle which pushed courts to legalize abortion. For years, women's rights advocates organized speakouts, pickets, referral networks, and underground abortion clinics. Coalitions came together to coordinate local and national action. Militant feminists created underground networks to guide people to and even perform safe and affordable illegal abortions. Many medical practitioners risked their licenses and even imprisonment for performing illegal abortion services. In responding to the growing movement of the late 60s, states like Hawaii, New York, Alaska began loosening their restrictions on abortion. Prior to Roe, 17 states decriminalized or legalized abortion, and anti-abortion laws faced challenges in 29 other states in the District of Columbia. Then on January 22nd, 1973, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that it's a woman's right to choose abortion was constitutionally protected by the 14th Amendment as part of her right to privacy. And it struck down all existing anti-abortion laws nationwide. And here we are, almost 50 years later, fighting for the very same right. So what kind of system is it that a group of 9 unelected people with lifelong appointments can erode the hard-fought victories that we secured decades ago? That's why we say in the PSL, while we fight for these much-needed reforms, in order to win, right? In order to really win, we need to win big. And by win big, I mean transform the system that is rotten to its core. A system that in one day can spend $30 billion on war and the next day effectively criminalize the bodily autonomy for millions of women. Boom, right. We're fighting for a system that is organized not on profit and total domination of the wealthy, but on our needs. And that's why I became a socialist. And that's why I'm out here today. And that's why we can't stop fighting. Because when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. Because when we fight, we win. Thank you.
Hello, my people. I am Senator Cynthia Mendes, and I'm going to close us out. What up? Love you. All right, I'm going to close us out with some chants. I don't know about you all, but as my dear friend Jennifer Rourke said, I'm pissed. And I think as we channel that rage, I think we make these walls shake. And I think one thing we can all agree on, this is some fucking bullshit. So here's what it's going to do. I'm going to tell you all the shit that we've been hearing for years, and you all are going to respond back, bullshit. Ready? In a day, we can take your rights away. We do not regard your voice. We do not prioritize access to health care. Your body is not your rights. Keep marching. Keep waiting. Keep asking. We're listening. The fact that we have to be here and keep doing this is some the fact that we have to ask for Equality and Abortion Care Act for a second year when that was already in the Senate last year is some. Are we going to tolerate this? Hell no. They hear us loud and clear. Say it. I have a dear friend, she's not standing up here for whatever reason, Senator Kendra Anderson. And when I first met her, she had a button on from the 70s when she was fucking doing this. She was marching for our rights before I was even born. And so on behalf of all the women and everyone that has been marching for 50 fucking years, that has been asking for our rights for 50 years, on their behalf, I want to tell every single person that is wobbly, that is caved, that has looked the other way, that has told us to wait one more day, I want to tell them one loud statement from all of us. This is some bullshit. Thank you. Love y'all. Thank you so much. That was State Senator Cynthia Mendes. Thank you for leading those chants. We are wrapping up the speaking program, but we do have some ways that you can get involved. We have some calls to action. I mentioned a website earlier, stopabortionbansri.org. Go to that website. You'll find out ways that you can join our movement right here in Rhode Island. And when I say our movement, I mean our
movement right here in Rhode Island. It's still going. We are fighting here in Rhode Island to pass the Equality and Abortion Coverage Act, and so you can sign up and find all different ways that you can get active. We also have a table right down near the foot of the stairs, so you can get information, sign up for our for updates on the campaign, so you can get involved. We also need folks, if anybody has afternoon availability on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, because that's when our state legislatures decide they're going to meet every week. We need a presence here in the State House. We need to let them know that we won't be ignored. And so there are many ways that you can participate in this movement, but that is one way. If you know you have afternoon free Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, please come on down to the State House. We'll give you a sign and we'll show them that we are not going away until they pass this Equality and Abortion Coverage Act.
And if they don't listen to us, what are we going to do in September? Vote them out. Vote them out. Vote them out. We will see them in September. Get registered. Make sure your friends are registered. Thank you all for coming.
This pro-life shit's got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! This pro-life shit's got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! This pro-life shit's got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! This pro-life shit's got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! This pro-life shit's got to go! Hey, hey!
Democrats already hold the House, the Senate, and the White House. They could add justice.
De prohibir el derecho al aborto. Y estoy aquí porque a mi comunidad inmigrante esto le afecta de doble manera. Una Corte Suprema no va a decidir por mi cuerpo, el de mi hija, el de mi nieta, el de mi amiga. En esos campos de concentración de ICE, de Homeland Security, donde hay niños, donde hay mujeres inmigrantes que han sido violadas por los mismos custodios, tienen derecho al aborto. Pero también estoy enojada porque esto es algo que hemos peleado en el pasado. ¿Por qué tenemos que regresar a pelear otra vez? Si hoy me quitan ese derecho, mañana me van a quitar todos los demás derechos por los que he peleado, no solo por mi comunidad inmigrante, sino por toda la comunidad. Son décadas y décadas que llevamos peleando por diferentes derechos. Y no es justo que hombres blancos, paternalistas, machistas, doble moral, vengan a escudarse muchas veces en su religión para quitarnos ese derecho.
And use religion as a shield to take away those rights from us.
fundadora de la coalición Metro Denver Century Coalition, donde sé cómo trabajan todas esas iglesias que también dan fondos para crear este tipo de leyes. Yo no quiero escuchar gente fanática con la religión diciendo que nos van a quitar ese derecho al aborto.
I'm a founder of Metro Denver Century Coalition, and I know how a lot of these churches work, where they donate also towards getting rid of abortion rights, and I will not allow any type of religious fanatics to get rid of our rights.
Por décadas y décadas también hemos escuchado cuántas violaciones, cuántos abusos sexuales a niños y niñas han pasado por líderes de fe, por las mismas gentes de las iglesias. Y ahora vienen con su doble moral también a apoyar este tipo de decisiones. No.
We learned for decades about the rape and abuse that has happened to children at the hands of faith leaders, and now they want to use their hypocrisy to come and take this right away.
Y este es un llamado para que utilicen su privilegio al voto, para cambiar estas leyes a todas esas mujeres. Los hombres no pueden opinar porque no pueden ser embarazados, pero si fueran embarazados nos apoyarían a defender nuestros cuerpos.
To fight back against this and protect this right, and men who can't get pregnant shouldn't be having the right to decide who can and can't have an abortion.
Pero también agradezco a todos esos hombres progresistas que sí saben valorar a la mujer.
But I am thankful for all men who do fight for this right for everybody else.
Pero también quiero pedir que no sea solo hoy, porque estamos reaccionando a esa noticia, que nos paremos aquí a defender ese derecho de la mujer. Que lo hagamos cada día de cada año.
And I want to ask that it's not just today that we stand here and stand up for this right to abortion, but that we do it every day, all year.
Y dejémosle saber a la Corte Suprema que los vamos a mandar mucho al carajo.
And tell the Supreme Court to go fuck itself.
Yes, Jeanette, thank you! All right, we have Alexis Moncada as our next speaker. Let's give it up for them. Woo! Woo! Yep.
Yeah.
Woo!
Hi, sorry about that. My name is Alexis, and I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Thank you all so much for coming out tonight on
At your workplace, at your school, and organizing to put pressure on the system to reverse immediately this attack on women and working people that the Supreme Court is about to hand down. And I think we can look to the movements in Latin America and Ireland that have won historic abortion rights. And you know, when Roe was won in 1973, 5 of the 7 justices on the Supreme Court who voted for it were Republicans. And it was the mass pressure of the movements in the street and all throughout society in the U.S. at that time that won Roe. It was not the Democrats who won Roe, it was working people. That's right. So thank you all again for being out here today, and I'd like to introduce our next speaker. So we have Helen Gilbert from Radical Women, a socialist feminist group that's been fighting for reproductive justice for quite some time here locally.
great to see you all here today, and maybe we could start with one of my favorite chants. Not the church, not the state. People will decide our fate. Not the church, not the state. We will decide our fate. Not the church, not the state. We will decide our fate. My name's Helen Gilbert. I'm the national organizer for Radical Women. We've been fighting this battle for way too long. Too many generations, and we're not going to let it slide back for more generations. This is an outrage that the Supreme Court, our supposed objective arbiters of fairness, are controlled by a religious far-right ideology. And we're not going to put up with this. We are outraged by this draft of the leaked decision, and it's a shameful document that shows that women's lives and the issue of bodily autonomy has no value in the eyes of the majority of the High Court. But this fight is far from over, and that's why you all are here, all of us together tonight. We're hitting the streets, we're raising our voices, we're sending a message: there will be hell to pay. Our rights will not be denied. And we can't, as the other speakers were saying, we can't have illusions that judges, politicians, and lobbyists will save us. It's wishful thinking to think that experts and somebody else out there is going to solve this problem. It really is up to us, to you and to me. And that's why it's so fabulous to see you all here. This is just the start, but it's far from over. Radical Women launched the National Mobilization for Reproductive Justice a couple of years ago. It's a coalition of individuals and groups, including unions, LGBTQ activists, people of color, feminists, and we're fighting together around a fabulous multi-issue set of demands. Those include the whole spectrum of reproductive justice, from ending forced sterilization and overturning the Hyde Amendment, defending trans people and immigrants, demanding affordable child care and accurate sex education. And this is the kind of intersectional, grassroots, militant fight that's going to make a difference. We have to represent all the communities who are injured when reproductive justice is denied. So please join us. I hope DSA will come to our meetings. I hope Social Alternative will come to our meetings. I hope you will. You can get the flyer over by the table there with the big free abortion on demand sign. What's coming up? But most of all, we need to work together to turn this tide and build awareness and be ready to hit the streets when that next decision comes down. It's not going to be good. We demand that the courts and the laws confirm that abortion is a human right. It must be free and accessible to all. And no matter what the court decides, the fight will continue, and abortion will continue, because they are essential to our health and lives. Unjust laws will be broken. You can count on that. Thank you all.
I got so excited seeing the size of the crowd that I forgot to introduce myself the first time I was up here. My name is Kayla Nicholson. I'm an organizer with Socialist Alternative, which is the political party that Councilmember Chama Sawant is a member of. And we have 3 tables at the corners of this park. I heard when Thea was speaking, people cheer at the idea of organizing walkouts in your schools and workplaces. If you are interested in helping to organize a walkout in your school or workplace and you would like help from people who've had experience, socialist alternative tables. Can people hold up the clipboards? Okay, there's people waving, shouting, holding up clipboards. These people can help you organize walkouts in your school and workplace. If you're interested in that, make sure your name ends up on one of those clipboards before you leave here today. Thank you so much. We also are planning a public meeting on May 16th. There's a National Day of Action on the 14th that Planned Parenthood is calling. We need to keep escalating. It's all about having a series of steps. And so at these walkouts and at this National Day of Action, we can build towards a public meeting on May 16th at 6 p.m. to discuss a socialist strategy to defend Roe v. Wade and LGBTQ rights. So make sure you have one of these as well before you leave. The next speaker I'm going to introduce is Maddie Olson. Maddie is a grocery worker and a member of UFCW 3000. Please welcome Maddie.
Can everybody hear me? Oh. I'm impressed by the incredible crowd today. Let's give it up for everyone. Thank you for coming. Yes. Hi, everybody. As Caitlin said, my name is Maddie. I'm a member of Socialist Alternative, and I'm a union grocery worker with UFCW 3000. We know that this Supreme Court decision, this draft decision, is an attack on all working women and families in the labor movement. It needs to go all out if we're going to fight it. I'll take it off. All right. Like millions of women, workers across this country, I work long hours for low wages that aren't going to keep up with inflation. And I'm risking COVID exposure every single day just so I can pay my bills. My wages are not going to keep up with the living costs. They can barely do it as it is, let alone support a child if I ever wanted to start a family. Not having this option to have an abortion is going to force hundreds of thousands of women out of the workforce involuntarily because it's going to make them financially dependent on their partners and increasing rates of domestic abuse. This is what we saw during COVID, and it's going to keep happening. Without the ability to choose when and whether to have kids, women workers are not going to have real job security. What we need is strong fighting unions in every single workplace that are going to fight for those strong contracts with living wages so that it's possible for people to support a child if I choose to have one. These unions need to protect our right to an abortion as part and parcel of fighting for workplace equality. These are not separate issues. The labor movement right now has a critical role to play in this fight back against the Supreme Court's disgusting attack on abortion and LGBTQ rights. We could be calling for nationally coordinated strikes to go into effect immediately the moment the decision is enacted. We don't have to accept this as a done deal. We can fight back. As others have said before, the 14th is going to be a national day of action. How many of us can fight and build for this in our own unions? Let's hear it. Who can fight for this in their own union? Come on, I want to hear that. Yeah, let's go. Let's fight. We need to be organizing these work stoppages, these walkouts, in coordination with the nationwide student walkouts that are planned for the 13th. These are not separate. Biden and the Democrats, they clearly have no plan to fix this. And instead of relying on them, we need to do it ourselves. This is us. This is for us. It's not for them. We need to build an escalating mass protest, shut down the damn system if necessary. We have to bring it down to their knees to get this done. We can't let this idea that, well, it's not happening here, stop us from seizing this moment to fight back. Thank you all. When we fight, Thank you so much, Maddie. Maddie's right. This fight is not over. Are you all ready to keep fighting? And Caitlin mentioned this, but the precedent that's being set here by the Supreme
Supreme Court has the basis to undermine gay marriage, make homosexuality illegal in multiple states, to undermine contraception access and interracial marriage. Are we going to let that stand? That's right. When abortion rights are under attack, what do we do? When gay rights are under attack, what do we do? When trans rights are under attack, what do we do? That's right. All right. So our next speaker is Sam Sumter, who is the president of UAW 4121, a union that has endorsed this rally and that, is, I think, taking seriously this fight back against, attacks on abortion and working people in the workplace at the University of Washington. Thanks so much, Sam.
All right. Thank you, Bia. Thank you, everyone. As Bia mentioned, I'm the president of UAW 4121, which is the union of over 6,000 academic workers at the UW. Yeah, that's right. So I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I woke up this morning feeling pretty pissed. Yeah, so not alone, didn't think so. Unfortunately, what we learned in the last day is not a surprise. We've been anticipating this for a long time now, and it's really the latest in a long string of attacks on reproductive rights and very much related attacks on trans folks. So we know this is coming, but that doesn't make it any less infuriating, and it doesn't make it any less difficult to really deal with. We've been dealt so much shit, just absolute shit, on so many fronts over the last few years, hell, over many of our lifetimes, that in these moments, like today, like yesterday, it's so easy to fall into hopelessness and to let ourselves believe that we're just kind of fucked. Like there are too many problems for us to fix. It's so easy to just want to give up, but we absolutely can't. I think everyone here is here because we know we can't. There's just too much on the line. Because this isn't just about women's rights, it's also about abortion access for trans people and non-binary people like me. It's also about making comprehensive reproductive health care available to everyone. It's about showing up for those who are disproportionately impacted by any attack on reproductive rights, particularly black and brown folks and poor folks. It's about tackling the relentless attacks on trans folks' abilities to make basic decisions about our bodies and our lives. And it's about taking action as workers to collectively demand fair working conditions, economic security, comprehensive health care and family leave, the kinds of things that give us all the ability to live full lives. So there's a lot on the line, and it can feel really overwhelming. But as others have mentioned, we have to remember we do have the tools to win. We have the tools to win because we have each other, because every single person out here is here. We can't afford to wait on the people in power to do the right thing on this. But we do have power in each other. The world we need is absolutely possible when we organize, when we come together in solidarity, and when we take mass collective action. Yeah, let's give it up for mass collective action. And as I think Sunny mentioned, this is how we won abortion rights in the first place. The Roe decision was preceded by huge movements of regular working people, including strikes, unionization efforts, collective action, campaigns to fight sexism in the workplace, and more. And that's what it's going to take to win now. We absolutely can and should mount mass collective action to aggressively defend and expand reproductive rights for everyone. That includes this rally right now, but it has to go way beyond tonight. Organizing the kind of mass, collective, united response that we need won't happen easily, and it won't happen unless everyone here can contribute what we can. Everyone here, everyone, has to be ready to continue doing the long, hard work of organizing on an ongoing basis. And that includes growing community with each other, growing our solidarity and coalition across differences, making united demands, and exerting our collective power. Again, that has to happen tonight. It has to happen more than tonight. It's It's not going to be easy. I think everyone here knows it's not going to be easy. It's never been easy, but we can do it together. I know we can. Who's with me?
One group of people who are going to be disproportionately impacted by this ban and by the further implications, like we talked about, of the direction that the Supreme Court seems to be going, is young people, and young women in particular, who face the entirety of their reproductive lives ahead of them and are overwhelmingly least prepared to be able to cope with having a child. And always throughout history, young people and students have been on the forefront of progressive social movements, and particularly the fight for women's rights, and that's going to be no different today. And I'm really excited to introduce Megan Chu, who is a student organizer with Rise Up for Abortion Rights at the University of Washington.
Hi everyone, my name is Megan. I'm one of the youth organizers for Rise Up for Abortion Rights here in Seattle. And I'm a first-year student at University of Washington and a recent immigrant here in this country. Growing up, I was raised to think that America is this big, beautiful country full of opportunities where I could be whoever I dreamed to be. Then I moved here. And slowly that hope faded away as I started to hear stories about the heartbeat bill in Texas, the Dawes v. Jackson case, the race of all these states to end abortion for all, and now there's this leaked draft of the Supreme Court's opinion over Roe v. Wade. So really, is America the land of the free, or the land of the free, white, cis, hetero Christian men? This country prides itself for its democracy, but how can that be true when uterus-owning people can't decide for their own body? How can that be true when they're incarcerated for getting a miscarriage? How can that be true when they're forced to carry a pregnancy to term even when it was caused by rape or incest? How can that be true when half the population of this country is being stripped away of its rights to give consent? Although I don't agree with the Supreme Court's opinion on Roe v. Wade, I'm glad that it was released. Why? Because 48 hours before that article was released, Rise Up for Abortion Rights and Refuse Fascism Seattle was alone in this battle. In the past 3 months, we've been holding protests. We've been posting online, we've been posting posters and banners everywhere, and yet only a handful of people showed up to our protest. We live in Seattle. We live in a city where there's so many pro-choice people, and yet there was only a handful of people that showed up to our protest. So I'm glad that that draft was released, because if it wasn't for that, this mass of people wouldn't be here right now. The people will stay silent, ignorant, and clueless. So starting today, I want you all to continue to spread awareness, to spread the word, and to resist this misogynistic fascist, to resist the subjugation that they're putting over us. For students, how many students are here? I want to see your hands. Okay, this Thursday, May 5, we are having a student walkout. So in every single one of your school at 12 p.m. at noon on Thursday, go in the car of your school, form a group, and raise hell. Show these motherfuckers that they are not gonna stop us. And I agree that, this article coming out, the Supreme Court decision being leaked, is a critical opportunity for us to fight back before the decision has come down. And I think that, a lot of people didn't know what was going on with Roe. Working people's lives are incredibly busy, but people know now. There have been protests across the country, and you are all here tonight, and like Sam said, and like our other speakers have said, this is important, and we need to build on this, and we need to go further. And so I want to just re-emphasize that there are, actions being planned. There's a student walkout on May 5th, that's excellent, and we need walkouts everywhere. And there's a day of action, May 14th. More information will be coming out about that. And then Kaylin also mentioned this, but an important, community meeting to discuss a socialist strategy to defend Roe v. Wade and LGBTQ rights. And that's what this movement needs going forward. The Democrats have failed us. All of our speakers here tonight have talked about that. And working people need to fight back, in every available avenue to defeat this attack. And I also just want to mention, I think if we're saying there's no coincidence that this attack on abortion rights is coming as attacks on gay youth and trans youth have been coming down across the country. And we are seeing though the steps to fight back against that. Disney workers in Florida planned walkouts in response to the Don't Say Gay bill. Yeah, it's very important. And students across the country have been walking out against sexual assault response in their schools that have been grossly inadequate, and high school students across the country have been walking out, and there are sure to be more walkouts, and we want to support that. And so please sign down on the clipboards that are circulating if you want to plan a walkout in your workplace or your school. So we have just a couple of more speakers left for you all, and so I'd like to introduce our next speaker. Stephanie Gallardo is a member of DSA. She's running for Congress as an open socialist against Adam Smith in Washington State.
Hi everybody, how are you doing? Probably not great. All right. So my name is Stephanie Gallardo. As was mentioned, I am a candidate for Congress in the 9th Congressional District. I also just want to recognize the inherent conflict in being a person who is running for an elected position when I know that the answer to this issue is not electoralism, okay? So I did write something down, and I'm going to read it to you. This is a letter that I wrote today to my future children. So I'm going to read it to you. I write this letter to you on May 3rd, 2022. Yesterday, a bombshell decision by the Supreme Court was prematurely made public. Yesterday, we learned that a historic Supreme Court ruling would be overturned, Roe v. Wade. Yesterday, women and pregnant people everywhere learned that the right-wing corporate-bought fascists were successful in legally making us second-class citizens. This should surprise me, but it doesn't. The federal government has never had our best interests in mind. We live in a nation that will force people to give birth to children and then refuse to pay for their health care. We live in a nation that will tout itself as the first in the world and yet refuse to fully fund public education. We live in a nation that will blame fascism on non-voters and third-party voters instead of the ruling class that does everything in its power to topple working class leadership. As it's written now, forgive me for reading this, the preamble of the Constitution states, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." It sounds nice, right? Now let's read it as if the Founding Fathers were truthful in their writings. "We, the white, wealthy, enslaving landowners, in order to form a more perfect union of elites, establish injustice, ensure domestic and political tranquilization, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of American corporations. This nation was founded on violence, founded on enslavement, and built upon a structure outlined by a text that literally took hundreds of years to alter. I'm writing this letter to you today because here in the United States, we the working class, the immigrants and refugees, the LGBT community find ourselves in a dangerous position. A position that many of us predicted long ago, but the ruling class chose to ignore. You might be wondering why. Why did the ruling class sit on their hands and point the blame toward everyone except themselves? Why did the ruling class ignore the pleas for action and the warning signs of fascism? The reason is, the ruling class will always be complicit. It will always protect its profits and its people. It will always lean toward authoritarianism, even when freedom is within reach. For 50 years, Roe v. Wade has been the law of the land. For 50 years, both Democrats and Republicans have had the ability to codify this critical protection into federal law, but they haven't. They've intentionally chosen not to. Today, I've watched Democrats all around the country feign outrage over this decision, as if the people in the streets haven't been demanding it for decades. All day, I've heard Democrats repeat their tired and predictable lines. Now is the time to vote, they will say, as if we haven't continued to elect pro-choice Democrats for decades. We're turning into the handmaid's tale, they will cry, as if women, people of color, undocumented people, immigrants and refugees all across the world don't already experience disproportionate levels of state violence. Funded and supported by the American war machine. As I write this letter to you today, I want you to know that we are taking to the streets. We are doing everything possible to ensure that what happened today is not also your reality. We are the first generation of women and pregnant people who will have fewer rights than our mothers. And know that we are willing to risk everything for your freedom. We are willing to risk arrest. We are willing to buck the duopoly and tell the Democrats that their inaction is not only disgusting, it is unacceptable. We need a constitutional convention, not simply convened by elected politicians, but by the people, by workers. In 2019, in my family's home country of Chile, the working class, specifically young people, mobilized for justice. After decades of neoliberal policies created on the heels of a US-funded dictatorship, the Chilean people held uprisings for months, and they were successful. They effectively shut down the country. We can do this. But in order for this to happen, we must come to terms with the reality that this nation will never protect us unless we unroot white supremacy at its point of origin, the Constitution. This revolution is for all of us. People of all backgrounds, all creeds, all nations will rise up, mobilize and activate every community member who has been ignored by the duopoly and used for political gain. Let them hear us, let them fear us. Thank you. Also, really quickly, just want to shout out DSA. I'm a member of DSA, and they are over there in the corner. Much thanks to Socialist Alternative for putting this event together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. We have one final speaker for you today, and then, if we want, we can march. Do we want to march? Okay, I think that was pretty unanimous. Great. So let me introduce then our final speaker before we hit the streets. Seattle City Council member Shama Sawant, member of Socialist Alternative.
Sisters, brothers, siblings, we are facing the single biggest attack on women and reproductive rights in most of our lifetimes. And this right-wing Supreme Court has also given every indication that if they succeed, if we allow them to succeed in eliminating Roe v. Wade, they plan to carry out draconian attacks on LGBTQ rights next. To defend against these attacks, we need to build for an escalating series of actions that bring in more and more of the working class. At the same time, we must go on the offensive against the right wing here and everywhere. And to win, we need to draw on some lessons from history. How was Roe v. Wade won in the first place? It was never due to some benevolence or wisdom of the justice system. Like all victories for the working class under capitalism, it was wrenched from the hands of the powerful by mass movements. The Supreme Court at the time was in fact majority Republican, majority sexist, majority racist, majority bigoted, majority right-wing. And yet, not only did the majority of this court, but also the majority of the Republican justices voted for Roe v. Wade in a 7-2 decision. And that was because of the power of mass movements. And for the record, one of the two judges who voted against Roe was a Democratic Party appointee. Abortion rights were won not because Supreme Court judges reawakened one morning as feminists. It was not because of the leadership of the Democratic Party. It was the massive combined pressure of the women's movement, civil rights movement, anti-war movement, labor movement, and
that's all I want to pour into everybody that's here. To not let this be a moment in time. This is our history. This is our time.
Oh, you're fine.
Is part of the struggle. We gotta fight for them. That's a good car. They stay their distance.
Where are you? Parkville.
Hey, boo, I can get a
Thanks.
community. An end to sexual harassment in our workplaces and schools. And establishing democratically elected committees of students and workers with the ability to hold the powerful accountable. We demand a full cancellation of all student debt. All college education should be free. And we demand a socialist Green New Deal, including taking the big energy corporations into democratic public ownership, because we cannot control what we don't own. Using these demands as our program, we need to immediately begin building for the National Day of Action on May 14th, which has been called for by Planned Parenthood. I am glad that Planned Parenthood is stepping up now, though it is unfortunate it took this leaked document for them and other Democratic Party aligned organizations to take action. We need the labor movement to become an integral part of this fight. It is important that several labor unions have endorsed tonight's rally that my office and Socialist Alternative initiated. We are seeing a nationwide resurgence of labor struggle, including the historic drive to unionize Amazon and Starbucks. We need to connect our movements for women's and LGBTQ rights to the movement of workers fighting for unions and for good contracts, because we are all part of the same working class and our power lies in our united class struggle. It would be powerful if workers at Amazon and Starbucks here and nationally were to organize to go on strike on May 14th and walk out and then join the protest. Talk about scaring the ruling class. That will scare the ruling class. We need broad working class unity in our movement around the fight to defend Roe v. Wade. The ruling class wants us divided. We need to learn from recent social movements, both from the positive lessons and also the mistakes, even though it is uncomfortable. The Black Lives Matter protests in 2020 were incredibly powerful. Nationally, we did win a rare measure of justice for George Floyd's family, though it did not bring him back, nor the thousands of others murdered by the police. We did win here in Seattle the historic Amazon tax to fund affordable housing through the Black Lives Matter movement. But given the scale and energy of the BLM movement, it was also a setback that far more was not won. And I believe it could have been had we brought the wider working class together, had broader demands like democratically elected community oversight votes to hold the police accountable, had we brought that forward, and had we consciously worked to avoid divisions in the working class. This is a lesson we need to learn. And most importantly, we could have won more had a section of BLM leaders not tied their hopes to the Democratic Party, who in the end totally sold us out. Just this afternoon, the Seattle City Council voted to give hiring bonuses to police officers. We must understand in our movements that we can in no way rely on the Democratic Party. That has been on full display these last months as the Democrats have completely refused to bring any kind of strategy to defend against this historic attack. We didn't need this leaked document to know what was coming our way. Right? As Biden and the Democrats who started with high approval ratings after Trump lost, completely failed to deliver. The failures of Biden and the Democrats are so absolute that they have paved the way for their own shellacking in the November midterms. And they have ushered in the potential return of Trump into the White House in 2024. The Biden administration and the Democrats in Congress utterly failed to follow through on their promises to working people. They totally abandoned Medicare for all and even the so-called public option. They abandoned the $15 minimum wage, and in reality that should be more like $25 minimum wage. They abandoned the Green New Deal despite human civilization itself facing an existential threat. And it is sad to say, but Bernie Sanders and the squad enabled all of this by dropping their own program and building an alliance with Biden and Pelosi, rather than building mass movements to fight back. Democratic politicians held a rally earlier this afternoon in Queen Anne. They had one Democratic politician after another go up to the microphone. Not one offered any strategy to defeat this historic attack. What did they say? Everybody from Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal to State Senator Rebecca Saldana had pretty much the same thing to say. Vote blue in November, they say. Vote blue. This is after Pramila Jayapal herself.
We'll be here at the Capitol, so same place. Bring the energy, bring everything that you brought tonight. Let's take the next 5 days to build this up. Let your friends know we're at Denver PSL on Facebook and Instagram. And share it widely. Let's make it clear they can't ignore us any longer!
Hey guys, you want your sign back? Just keep them safe. Today.
An umbrella.
All right, everybody, thanks for tuning in. Things are wrapping up now, so the march and the rally's over. But you heard them. We're going to do it again on Saturday. Hopefully there's even more people. The energy was great. But yeah, get involved. I'm sure there's one of these near you. Go out and do it.
Because our generation doesn't vote beyond ballot, and it's very difficult. We can overthrow
Abortion on demand without apology. Without this basic right, women can't be free. Abortion on demand without apology. Rise up for abortion rights, rise up.
Rise up!
Rise up for abortion rights, rise up. Rise up for abortion rights, rise up. Rise up for abortion rights, rise up. Rise up for abortion rights, rise up.
the state, people will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state, people will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state, people will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state, the legislator. Fuck Trump! I am not an incubator. Fuck the courts and legislator. I am not an incubator. Fuck the courts and legislator. I am not an incubator.
Man, we've been out here for months, literally just like 10 of us, 20 of us, 30 of us, and now there's like hundreds and hundreds, man. Literally, like, I can't believe how many people are out here right now. Like, we've been doing this for months with such a little amount of people. Now I'm like, I can't believe how many people are fucking out here right now. It's so crazy. Oh my god. There's so many fucking people. It's like overwhelming. We literally have been out here for so long. Like, they're literally sometimes it's just 10 of us. And we literally march the same streets, like, just a small group of us, and now, like, it's just insane. Hey! What the fuck is this? Right? That's what the fuck I said! I literally was like, we've been out here for months, like, this is hard enough! Yeah! And what the fuck is this? Here's the fuck I said! Oh my god! Oh my god! I can't fucking believe it!
This is amazing to watch!
It is! It is! We've been doing this for months! Yeah, like 10 of us out here marching the same shit for months. Like, we can't believe how many people are here right now.
Thank you!
I literally want to fucking cry right now. Like, I can't believe how many fucking people are out here right now. Dude, we've been doing this for like so long, this long. It's really overwhelming. There's like still more people coming, like, it's so overwhelming. It's so overwhelming. I know. Like, why did it take this for so many people to fucking finally come out here? Like, I don't understand. Like, I want to be grateful. So many people came, but I'm like, oh my god.
That, like, duality for all. And you know what? We're fucking winning! We're entering a renaissance. This country is going to shift its culture entirely. And it's going to go one way or the other. We're either going to become a fascist country, or we're going to recognize that socialism and communism are not a bad word. They're just a form of governance. These roads that I'm standing on are a product of socialism. This fucking building is government funded. Meanwhile, the city of Sacramento has 3,000 houses short for the massive demand that is coming into the city. And you think forced births are the answer to that? You think forcing women to carry a pregnancy that they don't even want is going to help any of our issues? How does driving an 18-year-old woman who just got kicked out of her house into homelessness just because she made a mistake? Making a mistake is not a crime in this country. We used to have the fucking right to fix them. We used to have the opportunity. There used to be this thing called the American Dream. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's become a nightmare at this point. The dream was never alive.
It's a fucking illusion.
It's a fucking illusion. This country is Eurocentric. It is male dominated. Fuck the patriarchy.
Fuck the patriarchy!
And we're at a point where we recognize that.
It's a class issue.
every issue the class issue. This not only affects the poor, it not only affects the working class, but man, Kim Kardashian's daughter, if she ever has a baby, she's gonna have to go to another country now to get that abortion, or they're gonna have to pay all these massive fees to do it because they're doing it under the table. Man, fuck that shit! We don't have to live of the United States of America was blatantly plagiarized by that of the Iroquois nation on the eastern coast of the United States, word for word. In the original text, it was life, liberty, and economy. During the Great Depression, America saw a little problem with that. People might start writing up as they did. Happy May Day, everyone. I promise you, my public education has taught me that I'll never be happy in this country.
This is a person named Anthony Parrish, who is a right-wing supremacist.
She'll answer and say, trouble me not, the door is not shut, my children are with me in bed. I cannot rise and give thee. I say unto thee, no, he will not rise and give thee because he is his friend, but because of his importunity, he will give them whatever he has needed.
Go fuck yourself.
I say unto you, ask and it shall be given unto you, seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you. For everyone that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and he that knocketh, the door shall be opened. For if the son shall ask bread of any of you that is a father, and he gives the stone, or he ask the fish,
not your choice! Not your choice! Not your choice! Not your choice!
Oh God.
My body, my choice. 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 My body, my choice.
My girls! Stop the crowd! Stop the crowd! Put your hands up so they can see to stop. Thank you. Hands up! Hands up!
Hands up! Roe v. Wade!
Look at you! I'm so proud of y'all. Oh.
Hands up! Roe v. Wade! Hands up! Roe v. Wade! Hands up! Roe v. Wade!
Sweetie, can you hold this for a minute? Oh yeah.
Roe v. Wade! Hands up! 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 Roe v. Wade!
Okay, honey. Thank you so much for that.
Roe v. Wade!
What do we do? And then I say stand up like that.
Roe v. Wade! Roe v. Wade! Roe v. Wade!
When women don't have rights,
I'm so proud of my people.
when
I'm so
women's
proud.
rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
When women's rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
When people's rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
When people's rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
When people's rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
When people's rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
When people's rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
When people's rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
When people's rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
When people's rights are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back!
Not the church, not the state, people
decide their fate. Not the church, not the state.
I know, it's
People will
starting. Take a
decide
break.
their fate.
The march is walking really fast.
They're walking so fast. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate.
Little slower, little slower.
Not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate. Not the church, not the state. People will decide their fate.
The crowd is so loud, it's like echoed super loud. They can do that for now, so I can rest. I cried, y'all. I was so it's so amazing. I know.
Hands off, Roe Wade. 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 Hands off. All right, everybody, I'm gonna try another one. We won't back down. We won't submit. We will not take this fascist shit. We won't back down. We won't submit. We will not take this fascist shit. We won't back down. We won't submit. We will not take this fascist shit. We won't back down. We won't submit. We will not take this fascist shit. We won't back down. We won't submit. We will not take this fascist shit. Woo!
Are we doing that upward?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you just saw, but there's two folks that requested for the bike police to de-escalate the situation that's going on here, and they ignored them and continue to pretty much block off the front over there. So they didn't help at all. They didn't listen to the people at all. These cops didn't listen at all. They literally saw that guy over there too. There's a lot going on.
Come on. No, you ain't getting my way. I need you, the director, to stay. Oh my God. Jared!
In just a second, we're walking. We're now walking. We are now walking. This is the wrong. This is changing the dynamics. now the stand turn around. I'm getting it this way. I'm getting it this way. What is going on here? The march has stopped. What is this going on here? Oh my goodness. Everybody is just... What's going on here? What's going on here?
Hey, I'm laughing too, don't worry. I don't know.
Alright, so my gimbal powered out. New gimbal and found its battery length. Anyways, don't think we're much longer, so I'm gonna give holding it by hand a shot. Hopefully it's not too shaky for you.
This is great. Census building is amazing. Start going backwards?
No, I wouldn't see this guy.
Wait, you guys want to go to the Capitol? I want to
Excuse me? Can I have your name and badge number?
Sure. Sergeant Dustin Smith, badge 3123.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Without this basic right, people can't be free. People can't be free. Abortion on demand. Abortion on demand. And without apology. And without apology. Without this basic right. Without this basic right. People can't be free. People can't be free. Abortion on demand. Abortion on demand. And without apology. And without apology. Without this basic right. Without this basic right. People can't be free. People can't be free. Abortion on demand. Abortion on demand. And without apology. And without apology. Without this basic right. Without apology. And
Listen, all the characters, I know. I wasn't ready. I was not expecting it. No. Best explanation. Pussy power. That's what's going on. Hey. That was legit. That was legit. In front of us. Yeah, there you go. I don't know about that. Protect us.
protect us. We protect us. You protect us. We protect us. My body, my right, my choice. 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 My body.
I got a coupon, guys.
Hey, shout out Dallas Pizza.
Dallas Pizza, shout out.
Hey, give me the video. Shout out. Hey.
Shout out to them. There's their number.
Hey, can I get in there?
Yeah.
What's good? Shout out to Dallas Pizza. Go check them out.
Yeah, what he said.
How many views you got? Hey, how many subs you got?
There's 39 people watching right now.
How many subs?
14K. What is he doing? So we got a antagonizer behind us. We got these cool bikes. There's a lot going on out in this Tuesday. If you're missing out.
We're organizing a short strike in your workplace. We're organizing a short strike in your workplace. We cannot depend on the Supreme Court. We cannot depend on the Supreme Court. We cannot depend on Nancy Pelosi. We cannot depend on Nancy Pelosi. We cannot depend on Joe Biden. We cannot depend on Joe Biden. And we cannot depend on Pramila Jayapal. And we cannot depend on Pramila Jayapal. We have to get organized. We have to get organized. And continue to escalate. And continue to escalate. To win the things that working people need. To win the things that working people need. Like abortion on demand. Like abortion on demand. Medicare for all. Medicare for all. Trans-inclusive free reproductive rights. Trans-inclusive free reproductive rights. And we want it now. And we want it now. So who's going to help organize? So who's going to help organize? A walkout at their school or workplace on the 13th. A walkout at their school or workplace on the 13th. For the day of action! For the day of action! Nationwide! Nationwide! On May 14th! On May 14th! Will you be there? Will you be there?
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, who here goes to school? Okay, who here goes to UW? Okay, so we're gonna have a walkout on May 5th. This Thursday at noon. Walk out of your classes, walk out of work, wherever. Where should we meet? Red Square. Meeting at Red Square. Megan and I'm Lizzie, this is Megan. We will be here after this, and if you're a UW student and want to help come organize with Rise Up for Abortion, please come contact us. We will definitely love you to have you here, for sure.
You all are beautiful! Yeah! Beautiful! This is the beginning of the outpouring that we need. Yeah!
And tell them what I hear you saying is that you prefer that Roe v. Wade not be overturned. You'd like it if the half of humanity that is born female or can get pregnant has rights. But you don't care that much. You don't care enough to actually change your schedule or make this a priority. That's a bullshit! Just level with people. Challenge them. Because we're doing no favors by letting people off the hook. Like the first speaker said, nationwide protests Saturday, May 14th, a week of action starting on the 8th, which is a Sunday, Mother's Day actions that have been called by a number of Latino groups under the theme of motherhood by choice. And every day that week, banner drops, chalking, wrapping this whole community in green, making a splash so that every single person knows. Bold die-ins in public places that sound the alarm and welcome people into this movement. These are the things that we need to get busy on and organize together now. Again, this needs to be big. And the last thing I want to say is about the slogans that we should be uniting people around. At one time, people thought that the idea of abortion on demand and without apology was too radical. At one time, people didn't even want to use the word abortion. And it wasn't that long ago. I remember being at protests where people didn't want you to bring a sign that had the word abortion on it. Accepting these terms from those that are compromising our rights away. Abortion on demand and without apology means that every single person who needs an abortion can get one. And it means they don't have to feel shame. They don't have to be stigmatized. They don't have to apologize to anybody. And we refuse. This is our stand. We refuse to let the Supreme Court take away abortion rights. That's our rule. No registering dissent. No just feeling like we're fighting the good fight. No, we're in it to win it. There are 78% of people in this country that want Roe v. Wade, that believe in abortion rights. And even just a fraction of those people getting into the streets would shut this country down. We can do this with all of our determination, all of our creativity. It can be nonviolent, but determined. We will have right on our side. And the only people that will be looked at as illegitimate are the rulers in power as long as they refuse to meet our demands. We don't have to convince them to agree with us. We have to back them into a corner so that they have to recalculate what they can get away with. It's called a legitimacy crisis. And if we're not afraid, are you afraid? No! If we're courageous and we're not afraid to put ourselves on the
in these next few weeks, because that's the track that we're on. In just a few weeks, they want to overturn Roe v. Wade. Then we can win this. This is our best chance. Our best chance, and the only way to get through this is to resist with all that we've got.
Yeah.
And lastly, I want to talk about the stakes of this and why it's worth it. Why it's worth it to put ourselves on the line at this moment and come together united. We don't have to agree about everything, but we have to agree that half of humanity are fucking full human beings. And one of the things that Rise Up for Abortion Rights has been taking out is this statement. You see it on some of the signs: forced motherhood is female enslavement. And why do we say that? Because no matter what your dreams, no matter your plans, no matter if you're trying to finish school, no matter if you're in an abusive relationship, no matter if you've been raped, no matter if your health is at risk, your physical health or your mental health, no matter if you want to decide when you have kids, none of that matters to these cruel fascists on the Supreme Court right now. None of this matters. None of this matters to these vigilantes that have been unleashed by these people in power with bounties on the heads, on the bodies of women and pregnant people. What else do we call that than a form of enslavement? When the state gets to decide what happens with your body when you're pregnant, when that's dictated to you by the state and by fascist vigilantes, that is a form of enslavement. And that is what is at stake. And that's why we say forced motherhood is female enslavement, and we will not allow the U.S. Supreme Court to take away abortion rights. We're going to stay here for a little while. People come and talk to us if you want to get more involved, if you want to learn more about the walkouts that are happening, about the week of action, and just get connected so that you're getting the text alerts, you're getting the emails, you're able to share things on social media and grow this movement. Let's end with a chant. Abortion on demand! Abortion on demand! And without apology! And without apology! Without this basic right! Without this basic right! People can't be free! People can't be free! Come on and join the fight! Come on and join the fight! Abortion is a human right! Abortion is a human right! Come on and join the fight! Come on and join the fight! Abortion is a human right! Abortion is a human right! All right, thank you.
All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. As predicted, this was pretty much the total, a very conflicting message with what we heard from Kerry Park and the governor, as well as many of the Democratic legislators in our state. speakers tonight pointed out at this rally that most of the speakers were basically saying vote for Democrats in November and don't worry, our state's going to be fine. Speakers tonight said that message is not adequate, that we need to take action before elections, and that in fact that's how Roe v. Wade came to be in the first place, was by grassroots organizing. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Check out the last few videos from today if you don't know what I was just talking about. Thank you for tuning in. This has been Brandon Dotson with PCOMG. Everybody have a great night.
Please listen to her! Hold on! The less people that are here, the more people are going to get arrested. I'm not right, so we're not going to get arrested for there is no way to get reform. Hey, listen, you're white, I am every night. Stay together, stay tight. We do this every night. Stay together, stay tight. We do this every night. I like that idea. Hey, how about you? Yeah, let's do it.
South Korea, when they're fighting for their rights, what they do is they stay in constant motion. They flow like water. This is to avoid the cops, keep the conspicuous of this group, keep everyone from getting arrested. I'm sure we don't have a fucking bail bond. So, let's keep it moving. Where are we going to next? We're going to occupy the bridge next, baby. Let's fucking go!
We're doing full troll, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to occupy a bridge. That's a troll move, my dude.
Yes! It doesn't feel safe!
Very good job.
Yes, I'm just saying.
Almost lost my step there, guys. Buckled my knees. Okay. Huh? That's who?
Chud streamer.
Chud streamer?
He's the guy who wears the blue trucker hat.
Oh, that dude. Internalized white supremacy right here and recording it, huh? Oh yeah. In and out. In and out. So there's another live streamer here that focuses from the right wing to see what's going on in activity out here inside. Well, I saw him with a Trump, with a bunch of those Trump who attacked. So, you know, apples are apples. My neck hurts. Someone said their neck hurts.
Can you change the screener? Okay, if we change the screen orientation, we're gonna have to stop the stream.
Yeah.
And we had a vote, and y'all voted not to do that. So we can take another vote.
We can take another vote right now.
We'll hop off, change the screen orientation, and come back.
And turn it back on.
Actually, we might even just take a little break because no one was prepared for this, including us.
Yes. No one did. The city didn't.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Yep.
Okay, whatever.
Alright.
We'll be right back, y'all.
We will be right back.
Turn notifications on.
Turn it on. We're about to go back
Thanks
live.
for tuning in and cop watching with us.
Yes. On the next episode.
Here they come again, so
Here
we
they
should
come.
tune right back in.
Yes.
Fucking pigs.
Is this better? Can you guys tell me in the comment section? Is this better? Yeah. So bike cop right there. Hey. Hey. Woo! That's sick. Yeah. What you got? Hey! Woo! Woo! Nice one. Dang, this dude is whipping it. That was pretty smooth. Hey. Nice one, man. Thank you. So back to the non-fun part, or non-fun part. The abortion right that happened earlier. Yeah, pretty much. Pussy power, bro.
Every 5 seconds, because you're not listening.
Oh, I can't see everybody's chat right now. Can't even zoom in.
Alright, are we together? No one's gonna fight.
Good, how are you?
One dude named Steven talking about fucking him. All dudes in gray shirts, fuck you. Alright, all my slowest people in the front. Alright.
Who is singing sounds? Can you make comments or put a like if you guys can hear the crowd? Alright, cool. Thank you guys. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Alright guys, I'm gonna put it down where the foot. Y'all can still follow me, but I'm gonna put it on them foot. I can't zoom in. I can't even zoom in.
So it's not about Thursday. I know. I figured
Interesting. Scientology building, correct. Yeah, no, it's pretty awesome. There's still a lot of folks here. Hey. Yeah?
Give it a second.
Here.
Okay, y'all, I appreciate you for tuning in.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to speak on the fact that a lot of all are sex workers. Thank you. Yes. And that's not just women's bodies that are sex workers. Please understand how many people that are trans, non-binary, anyone that is adjacent to being able to perform sex work has just as much of a right to abortion care as anyone else. I feel, as a personal worker myself, on and off for a long time, for the last 9 years, my friends were taken advantage of by a man that decided that she was not worthy of a condom, or was not worthy of a Plan B, or was not worthy of any type of abortion payment or care. Fuck that! The amount of times that we have had to compromise our bodies and our integrity in order to make friends, in order to feed our families, in order to keep a house over our heads, or to feed the addiction in order to sustain life. Abortion rights is harm reduction. Abortion rights is harm reduction. That will always be so important to us. If we constantly let these people in power take it away from us, all forms of harm reduction will be compromised as well. Narcan will no longer be on the street. Fentanyl will be on the street way more than any other type of drug. And then anyone who is not capable of consenting because of their sobriety being compromised, they will be taken advantage of. They will be forced to have a birth. There will be femicide. Fuck that! Fuck that! Fuck that! And not just femicide, but anybody that has a uterus or who wants to eventually have a child. That is their motherfucking choice! Thank you so much, everybody. This was really wonderful, and I'm so happy that we were able to continue this till the end, because although today we were occupied by a lot of people, there were also infiltrators, and there were people that were dangerous. And we had to make sure that we were taking care of each other. Because though they would gaslight us into saying that they have free speech, that's free speech from the government, idiots! If we tell you to leave because you are compromising our safety, you need to leave. Right? And that is a uniform choice with everyone. That is protecting ourselves and our people, and demonstrating that we will be protective under all circumstances. Thank you.
I would like to say that I've never used a megaphone before, and I also got permission to tell this story. It's very personal to me, but my... I don't know if this is working. My sister, a very long time ago, some stuff happened to her, and she had to get an abortion. I had many family members that were against her for it. Press the button. Press the button. Yeah, here you go. Speak up. Yeah. So a lot of our family members did not support her decision. I personally did. I got outcasted by almost my entire family, and all of you coming here and showing support to each other.
Written by a journalist. It's not
That's the Chud streamer. And we're not sure who this person is, but probably another Chud.
My sister was 12 years old.
So y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and jump off the stream. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Make sure if you have people that are out here, you check up on them. Still heavy police presence.
A 12-year-old girl should not have been forced to give birth. It's dumb shit, and he owns up to it, and frankly, he loves her son very much, but my sister's childhood was taken away. I live in North Carolina, where abortion was not legal because she did not realize that she was pregnant for about 4 to 5 months. At that time, that was too far. She could only get an abortion for the first couple months. So it was illegal for my 12-year-old sister to have to decide, or even my parents to decide, that she could not, she couldn't have the decision to.
Wait, are we having transphobic conversations in this fucking... Y'all are lucky these mods are not here, but I promise y'all I'll be coming back through this thing and blocking people. Fuck out of here with that shit. Sorry y'all, I've been monitoring the chat. So yeah, still pretty heavy. Ooh, yeah. Can you hold this? I'm just kind of cop watching back and forth. Can I have your...
Currently, that side is...
Cops.
Cops.
The pigs, y'all.
Cops. And over here, cops. Thanks for cop watching with us. I heard Scientology. I had to laugh for a second. Get home safe. Thank you. The word harassment is understatement, bro. Did you hear him? He said he wanted to come in here, but he's getting harassed. You know what surprises me? There's no chopper in the air. None. No birds in the sky. Yeah.